everyone, and welcome to tonight's Planning Committee of the 23rd of October 2024. The first item on the agenda, apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Joy?
Apologies for absence from Councillor Filmer, and I'm substituting for him.
Thank you. Councillor Van Dyke?
I'm not sure who I'm substituting for, actually.
So Councillor Field.
Oh, David Field, yes.
Yeah. Councillor Brake.
I find myself in the same position. The name Councillor Filmer was mentioned, but I thought I was substituting for him, so it sounds as though we might have two people for Councillor Filmer, but I don't know who else.
Yeah, Councillor Etheridge, you're subbing for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2 is the record of the meeting held on the 25th September 2024 approved. We will now move on to item 3 on the agenda. I can confirm that there aren't any late items which do not appear on the main agenda. Item 4, do any members have any disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests? No? Okay. Right. Councillor Spalding has asked to speak on agenda items 5, 6 and 7 as ward member. Is this agreed by members? Councillor Lawrence has asked to speak on agenda item 8 as ward member. Is this agreed? And Councillor Hubbard has asked to speak on agenda item 10 and 11. Is this agreed by members? Moving on to the first planning application, agenda item 5, land adjacent to Fenn Street. Tom Stubbs, Senior Planner, is going to present this application. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, members. This application seeks planning permission for the construction of 44 new homes, use class C3, with the provision of parking, open space, SUDs, earthworks, provision of overflow car parking for the Fenn Bell Conservation Project, and enhancement to existing accesses from Fenn Street and on land adjacent on Fenn Street and Ratcliffe Highway. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to the supplementary agenda regarding information that was submitted regarding reptile mitigation, which has been considered acceptable, and condition 7 now could be removed. And as a result of that, conditions 8 and 28 need to be renumbered accordingly. This application went to Planning Committee on the 23rd of September 2014 and was deferred so members could visit the site. This took place on the 5th of October, and the notes of the visits are included in the updated report. The main concerns are regarding the impact of the development of the drainage network, concerns about the access and the supplementary and the bus stops and other works that are highways works that are proposed in the application. As I presented a detailed presentation in the last committee, I'll go through the photos and slides I showed before, but I'll only expand on those 3 areas. This is the application site in red on this aerial photo, and this is the area in red. And these are photos looking from Ratcliffe Highway across the site, and you can see that residents on Fenn Street here, the industrial estate, and just about to see residential properties of Bellwood Court in this photo. And this photo shows a former St Mary's former St Mary Hughes Church, which the application has been designed to incorporate retention of those views, which we'll see later. And this is the drainage ditch, which is adjacent to it. Obviously, this is one of those points that I've mentioned. So the site is adjacent to the drainage ditch, which is owned by the Internal Drainage Board. The application was supported by a flood risk assessment and drainage strategy, which is considered acceptable by both the local lead of Flood Authority and the Lower Medway Internal Drainage Board. As part of the investigations and the work that provided that, the applicants used CCTV analytics of the pipes and drainage network. And they identified a collapsed pipe in the area, which is causing connection problems in the network. And it's confirmed that this repairs will also be included in part of the detailed SUDS scheme, which will come forward and secured by conditions 8, 9 and 18. And these are photos from Fenn Street, just showing that the footpaths end here from the roundabout. And this is a slide just showing recent planning history. 1, 2 and 3 were refused and dismissed at appeal when number 4 was approved for 35 dwellings in the area. And also just showing where the former church is, where I showed you in that photo before.
Excuse me, can we not have the gallery causing a disturbance, please? You're not part of this committee. You'll have to be removed if you're going to make a disturbance.
This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the proposal seeks to... apologies. So this is the proposed site plan that intended to use the existing access to the overflow car park, which is to be retained in the scheme. And the amended access has suitable vision displays. And there's been no reported traffic incidents using this access from the information. And the vision displays are considered to be acceptable. It's likely that people leaving the site would likely be travelling towards the distance of a Who, so as they came out of here, they had to take a left-hand turn, which is considered to be safer than the alternative option of if the access was on Ratcliffe Highway and they would turn right and have to cross 2 lanes of traffic. It's also to be a point if access was in this position, due to the faster traffic, the junction would need to be wider for vision displays and it would wipe out the landscape mitigation. So that's ultimately the proposed access is considered the safest and most sensible one. And this plan just shows where the 3 beds, which are blue, the 2 beds are yellow, and the 1 bed are in the orange here. And this is the tenure, the blue is the affordable housing provision, and this is the landscape master plan. And the point on here is this is a suds pond, so that will help also aid with surface water runoff from the development. And these are the proposed street scenes. So this is what you would see from Ratcliffe Highway. This is this line here. This section BB runs along the Pine Road, looking this way. And then this on here is along the view coming there into that way. And then on this side is this way here, looking out to the Ratcliffe Highway. So these are the proposed works to be secured by condition 23 in the section 278 works. So this just shows the general, here we've got traffic calming measurements on Fenn Street, and then this is just a zoomed in section of here just to show the bus stop alterations. So the bus stop is relocated to down here where the footpath is. There's a crossing going to be included here, and you can see the new bus stop here, and there's going to be a widened landing point here. Also secured by that condition 23 is the works on the Ratcliffe Highway further down here to secure a piece of footpath that is not existent, and then also this piece here which will allow connection through the site to the footpath network. And these are the CGIs of the development. This is looking for the houses from the green space, and these are the barn-style conversions that you would see fronting the Ratcliffe Highway. So officers have recommended this application for approval on the planning balance. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Tom. Now moving over to Councillor Spalding, who has 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Members will have seen my lobbying document. We're still missing documents. Mr Harris says everything relevant's out there. That's a matter for you, members, but one wonders what we cannot see. I was looking at 106 monies. It seems the Squire's doing rather well, especially on the bus money. It would appear another developer elsewhere on a pro rata basis would have been charged 70,000, not 50,000. And Mr Harris at last meeting said the 50,000 would go to improving services. Exactly how will that money be spent? Not my question, but a question from Lauren Edwards MP, with whom I've had a long conversation this afternoon. The bus service is non-existent. You've got the timetables. The proposed new bus stops are not safe, lack of any pavement with one, contrary to policies T5, T6, T3, MPPF 108 and 109. These are road safety issues. Now, on Sunday, there was a major road traffic accident at the Fenn Bell. Police, fire service and ambulance critical care, the one vehicle you don't want to see, were required. Now, the Parish Council had instructed a road safety audit, which was included consideration of the proposed highway works. There can be no objection to this document coming in. It's within my lobbying document under the rules. And the planning team, of course, uploaded a KCC document on the portal after the usual deadline. Councillor Hamadishi last time rightly sought assurances over highway works, but didn't get much of a response. Lots of issues are raised in this new safety audit, including apparent failure to consider government guidance. Government guidance. No mention of that in the developer audit. Worse still, it seems their own highways consultant failed to pick it up. And I was looking at the plans, and if you actually look at the site plan and the developer's audit plan, it would appear they're different. The proposed upgrade area does not seem to be within the site confines. Was the site audit based on the wrong drawing? Even if they used the right drawing, the simple fact is there's no clear visibility or sight lines when exiting, as we all found out when we did the site visit. You can't look right, you can't look left. I suggest this puts the scheme in breach of policies T1, T2, T3, T12 and MPF 114B and 115. If that isn't enough, from last time you've got all the speed traffic surveys where over 80% of vehicles are above the speed limit, contrary to what the planning team is suggesting. Simple fact, entrance is the wrong place. Why? Because building another one off the main 82A costs Esquire money. Members, simple choice. Developer profit, public safety. Drainage was mentioned as last site visit. Mr Harris says the Internal Drainage Board owns and maintains ditches. I suggest he's mistaken. My information, Gotham, church commissioners, farmers amongst the owners. It seems they've not been consulted nor given consent. As for maintained, well, there are photographs. And the KCC ecology document, I'll draw members' attention to the reptile and bird survey, which clearly says any habitat clearance should be undertaken outside main nesting bird season, March to August. In August, Esquires cleared the hedgerows, the Queen's canopy, etc., to allegedly put up a reptile fence. I say this was ecological vandalism of the highest order, so they can get a head start if permission is given. We probably do actually need a new survey. I disagree with the planning officer that we don't. Regarding schools, we've all seen the recent cabinet papers showing lack of school places. All schools locally at fault. And Councillor Golvin at full council highlighted having children travelling for hours to get to schools miles away. Are you going to subject more children to that ordeal? Even if the local schools had space, Councillor Barrett rightly noticed last time, no safe walking routes, no pavements, unlit country lanes, contrary to policies T3, T4, MPPF 108C, 110D and 116. Reference to lack of housing nationally was mentioned. Fair play, okay. For clarity, only 11 of these dwellings are social, the rest going to market, and you've heard it. 2 one-bed, 9 two-bed. None for the predominantly large families on the housing list. A token gesture to sweeten the deal. May I remind you, time and again this council has refused permission in the area. Time and again, appeals have been dismissed. 2, one in January, 1 February. In each of the appeals, the inspector found development in the area will be contrary to local plan BNE 25, which says development in countryside only permitted if it maintains and enhances character, amenity and functioning of the countryside and does not result in volumes of traffic that will damage the rural amenity. Councillor Golvin last time suggested it's a finely balanced application. That was before we knew about the lack of school places and the issues with the entrance. I say this tips the balance in favour of rejection. Once again, if you're minded to approve, don't sit there and say nothing and then vote. Tell the people behind me that are watching at home as well why you're going to approve this, why all the inspectors were wrong. And of course, interestingly, looking at the rules, apparently there's nothing in the rules that says you must vote for or against, so abstention is an option. Madam Chair, members, as ever, I'm obliged to you. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. I now open the floor to members. Any members? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm very interested in the audit that's being carried out by the Parish Council. So my first question is, I've read the audit. I want to know if all members have actually read the audit, and also if the highways officers are in a position to respond to that audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any other member? Councillor Gilbourne, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we obviously went on the site visit a couple of weeks ago, and it was really at that point that we saw the dangers of that access onto that road and the speed that cars were doing. It is unsighted, left or right, and there doesn't seem to be anything within the plans to really help that significantly. And even from a layman's perspective, a simple mini roundabout or something like that, just to slow traffic down, would seem to be an obvious, not necessarily a solution to speeding traffic, but to mitigate some of the risks involved. And it's those sort of things which I thought even would be included. And I just wondered what, again, highways would consider on something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Golvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it was good to have a site visit. Whilst I said I felt this was finely balanced, I still think it's finely balanced, but my view has not been changed by the site visit. Yes, that junction is not an easy one, but in my own ward and area I live, I could reel off dozens that are far, far worse than that. That is the result of people having cars and wanting to get around. We can't get away from that. To me, still the overriding thing with this is we are desperately short of housing, not just here in Medway, but across the country generally. In my own ward, there are far too many people in their 30s still living in their childhood bedroom. Some of them even starting a new generation in that situation. That is not an acceptable thing in a modern society. And I think it ill behoves those who've got a decent accommodation over their heads to put every obstacle in the way of those people who would like to have an equal opportunity for that housing. I also believe that this is mitigated substantially.
Right, sorry, can you please be quiet in the gallery? Otherwise, we're going to have to be removed. You can't keep disturbing the planning committee. Excuse me, I've asked you not to disturb the planning committee. If you can't respect that, you can leave the building.
No, I leave the building. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Golvin, would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is also mitigated because the developer behind this particular development has a proven track record of providing good quality homes in both the social and private sector. And I think that is also an important consideration, the quality of houses and homes that we are building. It's not just a matter of ticking the box and saying that we are building X hundreds of, well over 1,000 houses each year we're required to build. We also need to make sure that they're good quality homes, and this particular developer, as I say, has a good track record on that. So whilst, yes, this is still finely balanced in my mind, but the balance in my mind is firmly in the favour of allowing that development to go ahead. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Golvin. Councillor Brake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This particular area and that particular corner, Fenn, this whole area has over many years seen attempts at improving the safety associated with that area. I think we can begin by the large roundabout just before reaching the Fenn pub, where that was constructed. The idea being to improve the traffic flow and reduce problems associated with what was then the grain power station. And that, in fact, was the main run through. But, of course, the Ratcliffe Highway is the road that goes directly into All Hallows. And when the summer season starts, where the use of the All Hallows facilities is in greater use, that really is a rat run every day of the week, but particularly over the weekends. It's an area that I know particularly well, but it does concern me that what we're doing, if approval is given, in fact is to really just open up the area to, I would have thought, excess traffic to flow through. And of course, this won't be slow-moving traffic, but rather fast-moving traffic. I think what's been demonstrated by the footpath, sorry, the bus stops, and obviously the lack of footpaths in that area, again does give me some concern. And even if we were to insist on footpaths running right the length of the development, that really is only going to be a very small amount of footpath that is only going to be available to and used by a very small group of people. The bus service, as has been said, is next to nothing. And in fact, it's not all that long ago where people would describe a trip to All Hallows is that you're very lucky. There's one bus and a stagecoach leaves in the morning, and if you're lucky, you might catch the stagecoach back in the evening. And quite honestly, over the period of time, there doesn't seem to have been much of an improvement. I do know that when it comes to looking for transport in and to and around the villages, it's always said, well, it's really down to the local community to show there is a use for the improved bus service or public transport service. But it's never happened. It really hasn't happened. So all we're going to be doing, in fact, is if approval is given, all we're going to be doing, in fact, is exacerbate the current situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. I'm now going to move over to Highways Consultant George with regards to the safety issues that have been brought up. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I have reviewed the speed surveys in the area, and it does show that approximately 15% of traffic going past that access is exceeding the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's not particularly unusual for a road of this type, and the visibility displays that have been provided by the applicant does reflect that speed. The road safety audit that was conducted previously didn't raise any issues with this access, and the access has been operating safely as the current access for years. The proposals include a number of improvements to the highway along there with the ambition of reducing speeds, and the traffic associated with the development is set out, and I think this got brought up last time as well. It was a maximum of 20 vehicle trips in an hour, which is approximately one movement every 3 minutes, which isn't a... This has been assessed in line with best practice guidance. That is the expected traffic demand of 44 dwellings in this area. So yeah, as I say, that's circa one movement every 3 minutes, so we wouldn't consider that a substantial increase, which is likely to lead to particular congestion issues. And as raised by Tom, that'd be principally going to the south of the site. Were there any other items?
Thank you, George. So, Councillor Ed Peake.
Thank you, Chair. I've never done this before, so I do not know what the procedure is, but can we have that gentleman removed, please? It's not acceptable, his behaviour. I also would like to speak on this as well and ask a question. So one thing at a time.
We're just going to adjourn the meeting for a few minutes. If, Are you ready to go back on? Yes, yeah. Just to say, if there's any more disturbance from the audience, we will have to go into closed session, which means that everybody in the audience will have to leave. Councillor Peake, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
so I would like to thank the officers, for their time, and there is a cost, of course, to going to site visits, but it helped me greatly, and it actually made things very clear to me. For a Saturday, we were there on a Saturday, the level of traffic, I can only compare to what I'm used to, and I know you can't transport where I live and the area that I represent to the countryside, but the level of traffic on a Saturday was not that much. There is a concern about speed, so I will have a question, which is whether anything more can be done as a condition about reducing the speed. I would like to see that. I also would like to say that I actually agree with everything that Councillor Galvin said. I think I'm stating the obvious, but we do have a responsibility as councillors to make sure there is enough housing. Just because we're okay, I bought my first house when I was 24, but just because I'm okay, I want people like my son, who's always worked very hard and studied in his late 20s and cannot afford to buy somewhere because there is not enough supply to meet demand. It is as simple as that. So it is a major factor, including this development as well. So go back to my question, can anything be done about reducing the speed of vehicles, please?
Okay, Councillor Hammond-Eshay.
Thank you very much, and I just want to again give my thanks to all the people involved in putting this together. It's very, very important. As somebody that lives next door to the sister site of the one being proposed, I'm talking about the Pier Road Esquire development, I was very much dubious. For those of you who know Pier Road, very, very busy road. Access has always been a problem. Adjacent roundabouts on either end. I was one of the ones that was most dubious about it. So I saw it coming up from, literally from the plan level up. And I've spoken to residents there just yesterday. They're my neighbors now. And the value that they have brought to the area, they've taken a piece of land that was lying idle, and their families there, their children playing, the atmosphere has completely changed. So just like Peake, my issue has always been around the safety concerns and whether or not we can have those truly satisfied. But in terms of the value that Esquire bring in and the reputation for building quality homes that invite quality residents, I must say I am more convinced now than ever that this is the right approach for this development.
Thank you. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Having looked at this, one of my major concerns is to do with the comments with regards to buses and what £50,000 is going to do. Looking at the current bus service, during the weekday, there's no bus between 12:48 and 16:36. The parking spaces on site, it says that for 1 and 2 bedroom homes requires 1.5 cars, and the report actually says there's 23 for the 17 properties when there should be at least 26. We also know that even with the bigger houses with 2 cars, most people have got elder children still, and they will be moving into some of these houses. So the requirements on that, I think putting in about the next door business having an extended car park, why that is relevant, because if they suddenly decide that they don't want any residents going in there at a later date, you can't even guarantee they're going to be owners in 5-10 years' time. So with regards to the development, yes, agree we need the houses, but we're putting a development in there where there is not public services there. Anything they want to go to, they've got to move around the area. So the nearest primary school is 2.3 kilometres away. And going down that road, the Ratcliffe Highway, yes, it says 40 miles per hour and it's got on speed cameras, but a lot of the time people ignore that, especially up to that first roundabout. So it's not really a safe walking route to get to High House, though, for the school. And the country lanes down there, a lot of the periods do not have any pavements to walk on. So walking is out of the question to go to the school for the smaller children. With the secondary school children, I have a son in year 7, and every night at his school they have after school clubs. So if the school service is great if you go into school at the start of the day and you go from the school right at the end of the day. If there's any after school clubs, unless the parents can go and pick them up, them children are not going to be able to go and do them. And so we're reducing that as well, because with the bus services is that they're going to be waiting till gone 5 o'clock before getting a bus back. And anyone that's working any shift patterns, there's no buses after 7:30 in that area. That's coming out from Chatham into that area. So unless the buses are going to get extended into the evenings, 9, 10 o'clock, which anyone that lives in the town, they've got that services. Buses run to a later time, but they stop at Who. They don't get out to the rural areas. So I would really like to look at what can be done about the parking spaces, because the reality is that there's going to be more cars parked in there than they're allocating for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the officer's report, it talks about how the applicant has provided a scheme of traffic calming measures and bus stop improvements which have undergone a road safety audit and are considered acceptable. If you look at the road safety audit provided by the applicant, there were 3 suggestions in there which, with 2 of them agreed and implemented, with 1 noted. But as I mentioned earlier, there has been an independent safety audit carried out, commissioned by St Mary Hu Parish Council, which has been provided to this committee. That's not just, it's a professional opinion, it's not just anyone that's put that together. And that safety audit has raised 4 issues which haven't been picked up by the applicant's safety audit. Those issues include increased risk of pull-out type collisions, increased risk of collisions due to discrepancy in vehicle speeds, increased risk of collisions with pedestrians, and increased risk of speed-related collisions. Now, in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 15, development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. So, forgive me, Chairperson, I don't think my question was answered earlier. I would like to know if the highways officers have seen this audit and if they're in a position tonight to respond to it. If they are, if they could respond. If not, then we're going to have to defer for them to respond professionally. Thank you.
George, over to you.
I have not had sight of that road safety audit. Yeah, we were satisfied with the original safety audit that was conducted, and also per the structure of the safety audit, it included a designer's response, giving the opportunity for the designers of those highways improvements to come back to the road safety auditor. And as you said, there were 2 that were accepted and 1 that was noted. I haven't seen this new road safety audit, so I don't know if a designer's response has been able to be provided to that as well, but that would be expected as part of the process. But we were satisfied with the original safety audit. Without having seen the new one, I really can't provide much more comment.
Okay, thank you, George. Councillor Jones, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to confine my comments to a couple of issues at the present time, Chair. I was actually quite pleased with the Section 106 improvements which were made. You'll recall that at the last meeting I did talk about the Section 106, and I wasn't familiar with why particular libraries or community facilities have been picked. But since then, Councillor Pearce made some suggestions at the last meeting, and they've been taken on board since then. I also note, following on from Councillor Joy's comments, that £144,058.32 is amongst the various sums which the developer is giving under the 106, and this one to secondary education, and there's also a Section 106 sum allocated to primary education as well. So I feel those issues have been addressed. On the highways front, I really feel I've got to listen to the advice of the professional officers and what they've said, and it sets out quite clearly in the report that the highways arrangements for the new development are satisfactory, and therefore at the moment I'm minded to vote in favour, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy.
Chair, just a point, a personal clarification. My comments were to do with transport and getting to and from the school. It had no bearing on what's being given to the schools for places for children and improvements to the schools. It's the fact was getting to and from the school and being able to take part in after-school clubs, and that's what my comments were on, not on anything to do with the schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson, for letting me come back in. So officers have confirmed they haven't seen sight of this report. So I think this evening we can't make an informed decision on this application, especially on grounds of on an area to do with safety. You know, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on this application if potentially someone gets injured or potentially even killed as a result of this development. So until we get a professional response from officers to that report, I don't think we can vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, I feel that we have had all the information that's required to make a decision on this. Anyway, Councillor Galvin, I'll go over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It concerns me that if we delay this any further, we'll be out of time and the application will be taken out of our hands anyway.
Yeah, you're correct. And by government, previous government and this government, it's frowned upon if you do not make decisions on planning applications, and they're deferred time and time again. We've been given all the information that we need, and I do not see any reason to defer it. Is there any other member? Okay, I'm now going to move over to Dave Harris, Chief Planning Officer, to sum up.
Chair, thank you very much. I just felt it'd be useful to sum up and touch on some of the points that Councillor Galvin has said and Councillor Peake has said and others as well. But I felt it was useful, bearing in mind this is a public meeting, and we realise that things are quite heated in terms of feeling, and totally understand that. I mean, the map you have up here shows that St Mary's Hoo is characterised by sporadic development spread around, as you can see on that plan there. However, members, two things. In terms of the traffic audit, my comment on that would be you had a traffic audit by an expert submitted by the applicant. That traffic audit has been assessed by our highways team and our safety audit people. They've assessed that that was satisfactory and was acceptable. The fact that the council have not seen the St Mary's Hoo Parish Council safety audit doesn't detract from the fact that two experts have said it is safe. Then moving on to the area, and I just wanted to clarify for the public benefit here, members, because you know there is a huge housing need in the country. There is a huge,
Right, can you please be quiet, please?
as I said, there actually hasn't been a vote yet, but there is a huge housing need in the country, in the southeast, in Kent and in Medway. Members, you know from all the local plan work that you've seen, we've got to deliver sites for 22,500 homes in Medway up until 2041. That's new sites, so we've already got some going through the pipeline because overall we've got to provide 28,000. As I advise members, I can't hide 22,500 homes. That's got to be accommodated in Medway or our local plan will be found unsound. Now, all parts of Medway have a role to play in meeting that housing need. That includes the rural area as well as the urban area. We will start with brownfield first, and we have done. We know that 50% of that can be accommodated within the urban area. The other 50% will need to be found on greenfield sites elsewhere in Medway. And as I said, the rural area has a role to play on that. At the last meeting, Councillor Field reminded members that a figure had just been released that there are over 600 children in Medway currently in temporary accommodation. We have over 200 children in Medway currently homeless. That's an example of the housing crisis that we are in. I'm very fortunate I have a home which I own, and I count myself fortunate for that. Now, a barrister once said to me not that long ago that in terms of appeals, because we have not got a 5-year housing land supply, we've got about 3.4 years at the moment. We're required by national planning legislation to have a 5-year housing land supply. We have not got that. We also have an out-of-date local plan. That means that when we refuse planning applications and we go to appeal, these are the larger scale ones. I appreciate what Councillor Spalding said about the other appeals around here, which were for 1, 2, 3 houses. This is for significantly more than that. This is for 44 homes. That barrister said to me, you're going into those appeals already 1-0 down in football parlance. Now, what I don't want to be doing is sitting at another public inquiry on maybe another site, which comes forward, and we're in this position at the moment between now and when we have a draft plan, when those who don't think their sites will be in our local plan will be submitting planning applications and will be taking them to appeal, and those applications will be all over Medway, including on the peninsula and in the rural area. Now, I don't want to be sitting in a public inquiry, listening to a barrister, as I have done before, saying, you've not got a 5-year housing land supply, you're not got an up-to-date local plan, but this council's not serious about tackling its housing need. And they will point to this decision if it's refused, and they'll be saying, here we have a site which is bounded on 2 sites by built development in terms of the industrial estate and Bellwood Court, and then to the west, across the Ratcliffe Highway, by linear development, and then just on one side by the A228. It's not used as agricultural land, and it won't be used as agricultural land because of those constraints. It is not designated for any landscape quality in the local plan. It's not an area of local landscape importance. It's not an area of outstanding natural beauty. We have here an SME looking to develop this site, so it's not a volume house builder. With an SME, you've got local employment. You've also got a bespoke design, which you'll get with an SME, which you won't get with a volume house builder. So that's bespoke design, something which is designed specifically for this rural location. And you've seen that in the plans that Tom has shown. Also, we have a very high quality landscape reflecting what's needed in this location. So that landscape proposals there, with the suds, with the open space, with the trees and the hedgerows and that's proposed, is very, very high quality and reflecting on the character of this area. The site is also in the preferred option in the Reg 18 of the local plan. Now that carries limited weight. It's only a consultation, and not all the sites of that and the preferred option will necessarily be carried forward, but it has some weight. What we don't want, though, is for a barrister and a developer to argue on another site that you're not serious about tackling the housing need, and therefore a site which is not in option 3, but maybe in option 2 on another greenfield site, maybe not far from here, that should be allowed. This also delivers 25% of affordable homes. Now, members, you all know from the training you've had recently, that's really difficult at the moment to deliver affordable homes. And then the final point, and I do understand the point that Councillor Joy was saying in terms of, and Councillor Pearce as well, in terms of sustainability and the traffic and the lack of footpaths. The NPPF does say that in rural areas, while there can be development, it needs to be accepted that it won't be as sustainable as a site next to Chatham Station. So it's going to be less sustainable. It's going to be car dominated. Car parking does accord with our standards, so we can't refuse it that on car parking grounds. I appreciate the point that Councillor Joy is saying that we do need to make sure this is not a site to reduce our car parking standards. It's not next to a railway station or a bus station, but it meets our standards. But also the point is that people moving into this development will move into knowing where they're moving, knowing where they're going to live, that they're going to need to get into the car to go to the primary school. At that point, they only need to get in the car to go to the local shopping. So that is recognised by people moving into there. If people haven't got a car, they won't move to this development. So members, I just wanted to say those points and then reiterate the point that I've said in terms of the traffic audit, which has been done by one professional and assessed by another professional. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so as Dave mentioned, we have a lot of children living in temporary accommodation. I've got the figures, actually 818 children living in temporary accommodation. We have a housing crisis. We need to find sites to build homes. I'm happy that it's got the 11 homes for affordable rent as well, which we're lucky to have. The site is not in an area of outstanding natural beauty and it's not greenbelt land, so I will therefore be voting for this planning application. So I now move over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
So, Councillor Jones, before we go to you, I think Councillor Pearce wants to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a question. Is it possible to attach to the recommendation for officers to consider, not implement, but just consider the recommendations from the independent safety audit from St Mary Parish Council, just so that it's actually worked on, and because I don't want it just to be forgotten about. To consider the recommendations. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. That's a good suggestion by Councillor Pearce. We've got a developer here who they clearly do not want to do a development which will cause problems in relation to highway safety, despite the fact that they've had that independent safety audit themselves and it has been assessed. We're happy to go through that safety audit. We're happy if we to have further discussions with the applicant while we're considering the section 106. And I'm sure the applicant, if there's some reasonable things that come out of there, I'm sure that they can be a conversation to be had with this applicant, if that helps, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Okay, so I now move over to the Vice Chair, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. Land adjacent to Fenn Street and Ratcliffe Highway. Move approval subject to Recommendation A, Section 106, funding items 1 to 13. Recommendation B, conditions 1 to 28. Deleting condition 7 in accordance with the supplementary agenda. This relates to the verification letter for reptile mitigation and renumbering the conditions accordingly. And on the advice of the Chief Planning Officer, a further discussion to be held with the applicant in light of the Parish Council traffic audit. I so move, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for?
That's 12, Chair.
Thank you. Those against?
That's 1, Chair.
Thank you. The application is approved.
Really? You lot don't even live in this bloody planet, do you? You have to listen to that twat who's got it. You're all there. I'll tell you now, you're only there for one term. Like Keir Starmer.
Right. Could we adjourn the meeting? Right, we're now going to restart the planning committee meeting. Just to confirm to people in the gallery and those watching online that we've now come out of closed session and you can stay in the gallery to watch the rest of the committee. Right, so now we're going to move on to item number 7, which is a planning application for land rear of the old vicarage. Peter Hockney, service manager, is going to present this application. Oh, sorry, I've got that wrong. Tom Stubbs is going to present this application. Thank you. Over to you, Tom.
Hi, members. Just a clarification, this is item 6 on the agenda. This application seeks planning permission for the construction of 34 dwellings together with access, parking, landscape and open space and associated infrastructure and earthworks. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to supplementary agenda, which includes the representations received by Councillor Spalding. As you can see from this aerial photo and extract of the local plan, the application site is located outside of the boundary of grain as per policy 11 of the local plan, and then is therefore in the countryside. It should be noted that the scheme is to provide 100% affordable housing and to be secured by an RP. And the land is predicted to be Grade 2 agricultural land as per the agricultural land assessment submitted with the application. The impact on the countryside and loss of agricultural land will need to be considered in the planning balance. These are the site photos from Edinburgh Road. This first one is the end of Edinburgh Road looking into the site, and this one here is giving an indication of what the street scene is like on Edinburgh Road. This is looking into the site from Edinburgh Road. And then these are the photos from the site looking from Grain Road, and this is the fire station to help navigate yourself, and the Edinburgh Road houses are here. And this is the proposed site plan. So the proposal is to extend Edinburgh Road as the properties with properties fronting Grain and Chapel Road here, but serviced from the new road itself. If the properties were fronted the proposal road, then you would have a mismatch of boundary treatment would be proposed on this line, and that which wouldn't be the greatest welcome into the settlement, and therefore it's considered that it's correctly orientated in terms of layout. The properties meet the amenity standards internally and externally. There's no highways concerns of utilising existing road access, with vehicle tracking showing that the access for waste vehicles on site. By virtue of the development, the TRIX assessment has indicated the development will provide 13 peak hour traffic movements, which equate to 1 movement per 5 minutes, and that could be absorbed into the existing local network. This plan also shows the proposed crossing here, which will aid pedestrian movement. The next few slides are the various house types proposed, which are considered acceptable in appearance, size and scale. These are house 1, which are brick-built terrace buildings, and in this plan here, the red ones indicate where these house types are located. And the red sites here are the house type 2, which is a weatherboarded semi-detached dwellings. And this is house type 4, which is here by the pedestrian access onto to the existing Broom Road here, and these are slightly different as there's 2 maisonette flats on these properties here with a 4-bed on the other side. And these are street scenes. Street scene 1 here, this is what you would see from Grain Road, and number 2 is below here is what you'd see through the new road proposed. This is the last landscape master plan to provide new buffer planting along this boundary to the land to the south, and then to enhance and retain vegetation along the boundaries here. The details are sufficient to indicate the biodiversity net gain is sufficiently secured by the biodiversity condition, And there's also further conditions in the application to ensure ecological enhancements are incorporated into the site. You see a resolution is sought for an assessment of the local wildlife area is to be completed, and if there is any impact, the potential mitigation, and that will be considered by KCC when on submission. With regards to Section 106, it's indicated the scheme is 100% affordable, which needs to be secured outside of conditions in Section 106 to allow an RP to gain grant funding. We've had reassurances both from the applicant and the RP that this will be provided, and fallback if in the unlikely event that this couldn't be brought forward. The applicant has provided a viability assessment, which has been assessed by an independent assessor, and that confirms on the basis of 100% affordable housing that no further Section 106 contributions can be received, and that's why only bird mitigation is to be secured by the SAMS mitigation method route. These are the visuals of the development, as you can see. This is from looking in from Broom Road. This one is point 2 here, so looking down into the scheme, and then point 3 looking out from the existing Edinburgh Road. And the Health and Safety Executive have been consulted on the application as per paragraph 45 of the MPPF. They have submitted and advised against recommendation the development, and they said there are sufficient safety grounds due to the site and proximity of hazardous substances stored at Grain LNG. To read from the representations, it says a major hazard site is subject to requirements of the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, which specifically includes the provisions to protect the public. However, the possibility remains that a major accident could occur at the installation, and this could have serious consequences for people in the vicinity. Although the likelihood of an accident is small, it's felt prudent for the planning to consider the risks of the people in the vicinity of the hazard installation. So the slide that I'm showing you here is represents the HSE consultation zones from the Grain LNG plant. The red line is the inner zone, which has an incident rate of 10 chances per million per year. And then the green is the medium zone, which the application site falls in, which has a 1 chance per million per year. And the blue is the outer zone, which has a 0.3 chance per million per year. And I've zoomed into the map here so you can see how much grain falls into the various sensitive areas. So HSE use the HSE land use methodology, which has been used to trigger their response. So basically, what happens is the HSE breaks down development into 4 sensitivity levels, and then depending on what level that comes to, it puts into this decision matrix to either say to do not advise against or advise against. So the AA is advise against, and DAA is do not advise against. It's a bit of a tongue twister. So on this side of the slide here, I've just demonstrated what housing development HSE, how they get the sensitivity ratings. So this top one basically is saying if the development is up to and including 30 dwellings, but under 40 dwellings per hectare, it would be a level 2 sensitivity. On this one here, it's saying for development of 1 or 2 units, it would be level 1. If for larger housing developments, if the application is for more than 30 units, then it would be said to level 3. And this one here below is saying if there's 2 or more, but over the 40 dwelling per hectare, then it would be level 3. So the planning application is currently on this level here because there are more than 30 units. And it's just the justification just said substantially increase in numbers at risk. So the application, if it was for 30 units, it would fall under this section here because it only has 30, it would then only have 30 developments, and it, even as it stands with 34, it's under that 40 hectare. So when you put the details into the table here, the application as it is falls with AA, which is the advise against, and that's why HSE have made that representation. So essentially the harm is from the 4 units over the top of this one, because if there was 30, then it would be level 2, which you do not advise against. And so it's those 4 additional units that needs to be considered in the planning balance. As you can see from the report, officers have considered the planning balance that the provision of the 34 mixed size housing for affordable provider is considered to have a significant weight and considered to overcome the harms to the countryside and due to a sensible extension and a moderate weight in the loss of agricultural land. However, the HSE representation does have significant weight too, as well as the provision of the affordable housing. And therefore the application has been recommended for a resolution so that the HSE can provide advice, can reconsider and their advice, whether they would call it to Secretary of State and provide a more considered response, and which would allow officers to reconsider that, because obviously it's unclear how 4 additional units at the minute, considering how much of grain is covered by the areas, would be significantly detrimental. Therefore, just to close my presentation, I'd just like to reiterate to members that page 72 of the agenda, in the planning balance section, it says the local planning authority is absolutely not dismissing the apparent safety concerns raised, but wishes the HSE to give fuller and more detailed consideration to this matter that can only be secured through the resolution to approve. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Tom. I was supposed to say earlier to members that can you please make sure that you speak clearly into your microphone, because the volume's up at the max as it is, so we can't put it any higher, just so that everyone can hear you. Thank you. Now moving over to Ward Councillor Spalding. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. It's always a difficult one. Residents are not too happy with it for the usual reasons, which we all know: infrastructure, doctors, school places. You're familiar with them. MHS hasn't provided designation, which is not helpful. It's a minor point, we can deal with it. What is an issue to everybody is Southern Water, and we do seem to have an awfully bad water pressure out there, and we've got no information from Southern Water. It's not come in yet. The major one here is the access, going round the houses. And it's interesting that at the members' briefing, the developer said, yeah, we're going to construct an access off the main road so we can put all our trucks in there to build these houses, and then we're going to close it off. Well, if you're going to put access in from the main road in the first place, why don't we do that? The reason I say that is an access point in the main road would not only make it a lot safer, because you will not be going round the houses, and you will, if you look at the additional agenda supplementary, you'll see my photographs where I've been out several times in different weathers. It's one of those parking issues, and you know, I was looking at it, and one of the chair's favourite planning applications, Avenue 10, is we had the same issues where access to the site wasn't so much of a problem, it's the parking and everything outside, which of course does fall under policies T1, T2 and I believe T13. The other issue, and no one seems to have picked it up in there, is when you actually look in there, we have guaranteed disabled spaces, which means at any one time we could have a possibility of a chicane and vehicles having to literally manoeuvre in and out. So I'm not happy about the access at all on this. And of course, when you look at the fact that this has to go over to the HSE, I take the view that, hang on a minute, do we really want to send something to the HSE where they might turn around and say, actually, you know, we don't like the access on this as well? You know, they can turn around and say, yeah, 34 units, 30 units, or whatever. Is it something that we could plan out? Now, the other issue, as you'll have seen from the photographs, is the actual road surface on, not necessarily outside the application site, which has actually got funding to resurface it and has been delayed pending this, is of course Coronation Road, Edinburgh Road, and you'll see from the photographs, that's absolutely appalling. Now, quite frankly, if this developer wants to use it, and I appreciate it's for MHS and it's social housing, but we're not getting any 106s. We need a condition in there that if they're going to use this, you're going to approve it, they need to resurface and sort that road surface and the junctions and the drop curbs out. It's not fair on the residents to actually turn around and say, yeah, you can have a nice, easy access, just take it onto what you've got, especially if you're going to build one on the main road. The other aspect about putting a main road access is, it gives us the opportunity for safety. Speed calming coming into the village and out of the village. It's an area I'm familiar with. Obviously, I'm the ward councillor. I'm out there, as I say, at least once a week. So I would caution members to turn around and say, yeah, we're happy with the access. Is there something else we could do? Could we put the access off the main road? Okay, it might need a redesign, it might need to come back. You know, that's as it is. Because it would be a heck of a shame, especially what we've all heard today, the housing crisis, children in temporary accommodation. And these are going to be good houses for families and everything else. It would be a shame to lose that because we've allowed an access to come in the wrong place. And I do submit it's in the wrong place because of the parking and the other issues. Finally, and I would like to see it in there, and I've mentioned this before, mosquitoes are a massive problem out in the Isle of Grain, particularly during the summer in certain areas, and it's something I did mention at the developers session. We do need a condition in there. I would like a condition to go in there that each property should have its own, I don't know, mosquito machine that captures them and disposes of them, whatever it is. Because ultimately, other than that, you're going to condemn people to getting bitten left, right and centre. This is something that was massively dealt with by Councillor Prendergast, the predecessor. So we need a condition on that. We need to take a good close look at the access and everything else on the disabled side. And we also need to be checking and making sure that we do actually have localised water pressure, courtesy of Southern Water, that is sufficient. Madam Chair, members, again, thank you very much for your polite attention. And if I can assist you any further, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. I now open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm torn on this one because it is providing 100% affordable homes, and it's been mentioned about the 5-year housing land supply, which is a big weight which the developers use to approve their applications to move approval. So you've got that, but you've also got 100% affordable homes as well. So you're going to need a big substantial weight to counter that, to refuse this, I think. There are differences between this and the Fenn corner. Grain is obviously the end of the line. It's the village at the end. So there's no through traffic to All Hallows. Also, unlike the Fenn corner application, the density of this is similar to neighbouring dwellings and the village as a whole. It's also what I would call a natural extension, if that's a term, physically. But also, you know, that's all well and good, but I do also agree with the ward councillor that if you look at Edinburgh Road, there are a lot of cars that are parked there. A lot of the time it is narrow. And also Coronation and outwards onto the Grain Road. So I really am torn on this one. I've read the report and it mentions about the impact from car use will be absorbed within the local highway network, but could I have a question answered on capacity at 4 Elms Hill? Because obviously this will all need to go through the bottleneck at 4 Elms Hill. And my understanding as well, this is a resolution to approve, and the reason for that is because planning officers will need to notify HSE to have their feedback, and also KCC Ecology. So it's not technically an approval yet, it's like a holding approval, because they might come back and say something which officers might not agree with, and then it'll come back to this committee. So it's not a full approval at this stage. But if I could have a question answered on the capacity of 4 Elms Hill, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from what Councillor Spalding said, is it doable at all? two particular things, picking up the mosquito issue and potential low pressure water, please.
Over to you, Tom.
I was just pointing out on the landscape master plan, which is on here, this top bit annotation does say private front gardens to be planted with mosquito repellent planting to create attractive setting to the dwellings, whilst also adding to wider visual interests. So there is the applicant's aware of the mosquito issue and already trying to incorporate that into the master plan, which will be sought through the landscape conditions.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Goldman, did you have your hand up? Yes, go over to you now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think most of the arguments for this development have been covered by the previous ones as far as the quality of the housing. Are we able to know what who the RP is? Because the only niggle I've got with it is, I'd like to some assurance. I know it's not a planning issue, but I'd like some reassurance that Medway will get all the nominations. That would be certainly reassuring. Interestingly, there's two things that occurred over this development that brought me back to the old Rochester upon Medway days. As far as the mosquitoes are concerned, Rochester upon Medway City Council used to have regular reports from an expert on mosquitoes as to how bad this is. That seems to have been lost somewhere, because I've never known it for all the time I've been on Medway Council to have a report on the issue, but certainly the old Rochester upon Medway Council. And I must say, when I took my Google walk round the area earlier today, it was nice to see that the PRC houses out there have aged quite well, because I think it must be 40 years. I see Dave nodding there that we refurbished those, and Dave will remember we were working with, remember Doug Barrow on the little working group to get that done. It's nice to see that. I'm pleased that we are able to offer hopefully 100% allocations of good quality housing, and certainly as Councillor Hamadash has mentioned earlier this evening, the quality of the social houses that went in Pier Road were absolutely superb, and I've no doubt that these will be of a similar quality. So I will be quite happily support this, but I do say there is a slight difference with Edinburgh Road. I did notice doing my virtual walk down it this afternoon, it was quite a narrow road. So the argument of perhaps looking for an alternative one does have some merit, but I don't think that outweighs the fact that we need to get on and get this built, because we need good quality homes. But I would like that reassurance of how many nomination rights that our housing people will get. Thank you.
So I'll go over to you now, Tom.
Yeah, the MHS is the affordable provider, and they have agreed to a nominations agreement and local connection cascades. So.
Very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Now I'm going to go over to Highways, George.
Thank you. The Four Elms Hill Roundabout is a known congestion issue, which affects everything on Who. This development in and of itself is projected to generate a maximum of 13 peak hour trips. I think Tom brought this up, so it's approximately one vehicle movement every 4.5 minutes, and that's during a maximum peak time. So we wouldn't expect that to have a particularly significant or tangible impact on the junction capacity, especially it's something that receives as much traffic as the Four Elms roundabout.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Could we, just for the benefit of the audience, it's mentioned about the cascades. My understanding is that about a local priority, like rural priority, with residents in Grain having a priority on these properties at a first instance? Because I think that's a good question with this application. If we can get as many Grain residents in these properties as possible to benefit from them in their village. Thank you. They would, like I said before, they've confirmed nominations agreement and local connection cascade, so I believe that would cover what you've asked for, Councillor.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Going on to the mosquito repellent plants, just did a little bit of research. There's also a tree, eucalyptus tree. I know it's not native, but is there any potential of maybe looking if that can get put in around some of the boundaries? Because the mosquitoes over there are very, very, if we have a hot, humid summer, it can be quite undaunting for anybody that's living now. And they're going to be closest to the fields, so they're going to be one of the first areas that are going to get hit in that village. Thank you.
Just go over to Tom.
Yeah, the landscaping conditions could consider those comments, and the applicant obviously we've heard them today. So,
thank you, Tom. Any other member? Councillor Hammond-Eshay.
Yeah, this is just one of those comments where once I was alerted to it, I cannot unsee it. So I just want clarity on it. Regarding the supplementary information that you have on slide 36, you have HSC land use in planning mythology. Is that methodology that you're referring to, or is it actually a mythology? I can't unsee it. Once I was alerted to it, I keep gravitating to it.
Apologies, that's a typo. It's methodology.
Okay. Fantastic, thank you very much. And yeah, and just to support, this is definitely one that is troubling. But again, the affordable housing makes it very, very compelling and very difficult to sway in any other direction other than to say this is something that's needed, and the quality of the housing has been affirmed already as something that is going to be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, just I pointed out the mythology thing. just I'm owning up on that. On a more serious note, however, the issues around midges, as we would call them from where I come from, and mosquitoes is probably something we need to be factoring in more in future, given the implications of the climate emergency and the fact that we will be experiencing more mosquitoes moving forward. Generally, like other councillors, it's a very compelling planning application. Thanks.
Any other member? Okay, before going over to the Vice Chair, I'd just like to say you mentioned about the Avenue Tennis application, but just to make it clear, yeah, it wasn't very good access, what I believed, but it was approved by the Secretary of State. Well, he let the appeal go through, so he agreed that that was okay. Right, now over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Yeah, may I just clarify something, Chair? Was it that officers were going to look at the mosquitoes in conjunction with the landscaping conditions, or was it something else? Unfortunately, the acoustics are very bad in this building.
Chair, thank you very much. Just to clarify, what Tom said is that the landscape condition requires them to submit further details to us. Pursuant to that, if we take the landscape master plan, it refers to planted with mosquito repellent planting. So when we're looking at the details of that, we'll be looking at the, mosquito repellent planting as part of that.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that the clerk has already minuted that. I'll just move the conditions as laid out. So, thank you very much, Chair. Land west of Edinburgh Road, Isle of Grain. Recommendation A, resolution to approve subject to One, notification of HSE to decide if they wish to call in to the Secretary of State to be considered. And two, for the assessment of the Grain Local Wildlife Site to be submitted and assessed by KCC Ecology. And recommendation B, imposition of conditions 1 to 24 as set out. I so move.
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for?
That's 14, Chair.
The application is approved. Now we move on to agenda item 7, planning application for land at the rear of the old vicarage. Peter Hockney, service manager, is going to be presenting this one. So over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The supplementary for this application includes representation from Councillor Spalding and also response from Natural England that they have no concerns regarding the impact on the adjacent wildlife site. In terms of the application, you can see the site outlined in red here. It's a site that's located to the west of the old vicarage, and the access is onto the high street here, again in Grain. The site is immediately bounded on the southern side by the village envelope, and with the access point onto the road here within the built confines of the village. You can see here from the aerial photograph that it's a predominantly green site. There's a parking area in this location here. Here are photographs approaching from the access, and here's a selection of photographs of the site, and you can see, as I say, it's a predominantly green site. In terms of the history for the planning history for this site is very pertinent to the consideration of this application. That in 2018, planning permission was granted for 2 dwellings, which is the layout on the right-hand side of this, and the application for consideration by members tonight is the layout on the left-hand side of this slide, which again shows 2 dwellings in very similar locations to those previously approved. The previous approval was not implemented and has expired, so that's essentially why a new planning permission is sought. In terms, again, looking at the application, the approved dwelling on plot 1 in 2018 was that one, which was a chalet-style bungalow with accommodation at first floor served by dormer windows, and that proposed under this application is a similar chalet-style bungalow with accommodation at first floor served predominantly by dormer windows, with exception to this 2-storey gabled element to the rear. In terms of plot 2, the approved bungalow in 2018 shown on the right-hand side, and again you'll see a very similar proposed bungalow which is under consideration as part of this application. In terms of the policies and the changes between 2018 and today, at national level, the MPPF has been revised, as members will be aware, but the key parts relating to this application are consistent with the version that was in place at the time of the 2018 application. As members, again, are more than aware, the borough's local plan remains the same as was considered in the 2018 position. So the local policies are exactly the same. In terms of the detail, again, you can see from the elevations, the scale, the dimensions, the locations within the site are very similar to the 2018 consent and raise no concerns in terms of either the design or the impact on residential amenity of neighbours. Planning permission, well, a resolution to approve subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure a self-build requirement because the application is being put forward as self-build. So a legal agreement's required to ensure that that is continued. So subject to the completion of that and to the conditions on the papers, permission is recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I now move over to Ward Councillor, Councillor Spalding, who has 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
And for the last time tonight, Madam Chairman, thank you. It's always grateful to have someone with knowledge, and I appreciate with deference that the Avenue Tennis was finally approved. But interestingly, and I'll refer to it again, when it was first refused on appeal, the decision was, without evidence to the contrary, the applicant has not provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate the safety and suitability of the proposed access to adequately serve the proposed development, contrary to T1, T2 and 109 of the MPPF. And we've got exactly the same here. And this is where I draw the distinction between the 2018 application and this one. 2018 was an outline application, and I respectfully suggest the officer at the time recommending it for approval missed something. They missed the fact that the access report was not a report but a review letter, and it didn't contain any accurate or detailed width measurements for the access road. This is very important for the fire and safety guys. And ironically, I was chatting to a couple of guys that might know about this because they're firemen the other day and they couldn't believe this was coming in with that access. Building regs, and I appreciate you, the planning officer in the report says, oh, it's a matter for building control. No, it's not. It's a planning matter, okay? You need a minimum of 3.7 metres. And if you look at page 26 in the supplementary agenda, we actually have the access drive measurements. At best, 3 metres, at worst, 2.4. Well, you couldn't even get a fire van in there, let alone a fire engine. And of course, in the 2018 application, which Ms. Hockney's referred to, there was no definitive evidence or accurate details to confirm the width. In fact, the case officer didn't even have or didn't leave emergency access as a building control point, but it's clearly related to a planning issue because it comes under T1, T2 and T13. So we have this issue. Also, of course, you'll see on the application within the grounds, it says 5 retained parking spaces. Now, the access point is not owned by the applicant. That actually belongs to Norview and the Old Vicarage. So those 5 parking spaces he's generously retaining are not his to retain. They belong to the Old Vicarage. They are utilised by the Old Vicarage regularly, because obviously I've been out there. And of course, they restrict the access or possible use for the fire service. The other points I would raise here is that the applicant has failed to demonstrate we've got a viable drainage scheme and flood risk is not exacerbated somewhere else. Very important point, because as you may have seen in my lobbying document, another application came in earlier this month under MC 240668 and was withdrawn by the applicant. And again, interestingly, within that design and access statement, there was no emergency access. I note the Nature England have taken care of it, but there's also an issue of greater crested newts, and I deal with there. Again, Kent Wildlife Trust have tagged this. We've not had the report or the information. So what you have here, members, is a very speculative application by an applicant who doesn't own the access rights. I understand, and one of the owners is sitting at the back, that he doesn't actually have access or easement over it. It's not sufficient in planning terms, T1, T2 and 109 in MPPF and perhaps T13, to actually be approved for fire safety, purely because of the distance it would take to, I believe, get the hoses from, say, the main road right up to the actual area of the site. So I would suggest in this case, members can confidently refuse the application on the basis that the applicant hasn't demonstrated or provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate the safety and suitability of the access. There is, of course, the applicant has not demonstrated a viable drainage scheme and flood risk is not exacerbated. And, of course, the applicants failed to provide or demonstrate or detail anything to do with the greater requested newts. And, of course, there is in the application pack detail of the Ramsar site. This application is opposed by the owners locally, by the parish council, for the usual reasons. This is one where I simply cannot back this or suggest you approve it, purely again on the fire safety grounds. And as I say, I had a conversation with a couple of our local firefighters and they were incredulous on this. For the last time tonight, Madam Chair and members, I'm indeed obliged and thank you very much for your polite attention. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. I now open the floor to members. Any member? No. Okay, I now move over to Vice Chair, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Land to the rear of the old Vicarage, High Street, Isle of Grain. Recommendation approval subject to A, the applicant completing a Section 106 agreement or unilateral undertaking to secure the 2 dwellings proposed as self-build, and B, the imposition of conditions 1 to 18 as set out in the report. I so move.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for? Those against?
That's 2.
The application is approved. We now move on to item 8 on the agenda, planning application for land at Blowerswood. Nick Roberts, Principal Planner, is going to present this application. So I now hand over to you, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. Before I start on the presentation, I'd just like to direct members to the supplementary agenda, which is a members' briefing note which was circulated by Red Row, which is essentially a high-level outline of the proposal that we've presented tonight. So this is a full application. It's for the construction of 88 dwellings, 25% of which would be affordable, with associated access, parking, open space and SUDS provision. So as you'll see, the site is outlined in red. You can see the proximity to the existing urban settlements of Hempstead and Wigmore. So in terms of the aerial image, this provides more context in relation to the existing features around the site. So as you see, we have the site outlined in red. To the north, we've got ancient Blowerswood, ancient woodland. We've got the existing residential properties in Hempstead to the north. And further to the north, we've got Hempstead Valley Shopping Centre. To the east, we've got Hothway, which sits on an elevated position to the site. We've got the existing residential properties that front Wigmore Road. To the south, we've got the former coach park, Maidstone Road itself, where access will be obtained from. Beyond that, we've got the M2. And to the east, we've got Chapel Hill Wood. And beyond that, we've got the administrative boundary with Maidstone. Travelling further south along Maidstone Road, you get to the village of Bredhurst. Just to point out some identifying features, they're not that clear, but there's an existing public right-of-way that runs through the site from Lambsriff Grove through the ancient woodland and in this direction here. So as part of the proposals, they will be diverting the public right-of-way within the site, but they'll also be improving this section through the woodland and to Lambsriff Grove. I'll be providing further details of that later on in the slides. You've also got existing bus stops on Wigmore Road here and here, and there's a continuous route, pedestrian link from Maidstone Road that connects with that existing pedestrian infrastructure. So in terms of the site-specific context, so this is a snippet taken from the proposal maps to the local plan. So you have the black line here, which depicts the outline of the existing urban area. The second black line here is the administrative boundary. And then we have the site, which is located in here. So as you'll see, it's outside the existing urban boundary, so it's in open countryside, but it's also, as you'll see from the key below, it's designated as an area of local landscape importance, which is an alley. Also worth noting is, on the opposite side of the M2 to the south, we've got the Kent Downs AONB, which is now formerly known as National Landscape. So although the site itself is not located within the national landscape, there is a duty within the NPPF to consider the implications of a development proposal on the setting of the national landscape. And in this regard, and as you'll see from the committee papers, the National Landscape Unit has been consulted on the application, and due to the containment of the site within the wider landscape and the lack of intervisibility between the national landscape and the proposed site, they've raised no objections. I've also included this plan here, which shows the extent of the ancient woodland. So it essentially wraps around the northern boundary of the site. It doesn't include the woodland Chapel Hill Wood to the south. So in terms of site photos, so this is a photo from Hothway in an elevated position. So you've got the site in here, and then you've got the existing landscape features around the site. So we've got Blowers Wood along this boundary here, Chapel Hill Wood. You've got Maidstone Road itself, where access will be gained from, and the embankment here, which is also heavily vegetated, which then leads to this elevated position on Hothway. Maidstone Road itself, so this is taken from the coach park, or the former coach park. So access to the site would be via Maidstone Road. So in order to accommodate access, there would be the removal of some trees and vegetation, but with the exception of that removal, all existing landscape features around the site will be retained, and there's also additional planting proposed within the site itself. So these are images taken from within the site. So this is the public right-of-way that runs through the site, which I showed you on the aerial image. So this is taken looking towards, so you have Maidstone Road along this boundary here, and Hothway along here. You can't see it, but there is, you can broadly see its elevated position. This is a photo taken from Maidstone Road looking across the site. So again, Blowers Wood, ancient woodland along here, Chapel Hill Wood, and Maidstone Road itself. And this is a photo taken from the public right-of-way itself looking towards the Blowers Wood and development of Hempstead beyond. Just to highlight, the entire length of the public right-of-way as it runs through the site is fenced along both sides, along its entire width, such that there is no readily available access into these parcels either side. And just touching on the public right-of-way as well, so the public right-of-way runs through the ancient woodland and along and adjoins Lambsthrift Grove. So as you can see at present, it's not a particularly attractive route. It's a mud path. So when we're identifying this as a key route for connections to Hempstead Valley, there's clearly a requirement to improve that, and that is proposed as part of the application. And here's the route through the ancient woodland itself. So you can see it's quite a wide route through the ancient woodland that narrows as you pass through into the residential properties. But there is historical surfacing of that public right-of-way. It looks, in terms of compacted stone, but also just highlight members' attention to the fact that this depicts the character of that existing development to the north. And moving on to some longer distance views. So this is taken from Maidstone Road, looking back. So we've got Wigmore Road running along here. So the existing residential properties that front onto Wigmore Road. The elevated position of Hothway, and the site itself would be in here. This is an image taken from the south, so where Maidstone Road passes over the M2 embankment, looking back towards the heavily vegetated existing landscape screen that exists. And again, longer distance view. So this is Kemsley Street. So taken from this location here, the site is in this location here. So this is actually, this Kemsley Street sits within the National Landscape designation, and views across, you can see the extent of existing landscape screens. And this is, again, Forge Lane from the M2 motorway. So this is looking at this direction back to the site. Again, you can see the extent of existing landscape features. So moving on to the proposed site layout. So as I mentioned, it's a scheme for 88 dwellings, 25% of which would be affordable, predominantly two-storey dwellings, but there is one three-storey apartment block located within this location here. Access, as I mentioned, would be via Maidstone Road, with secondary roads coming off of that to provide access to the enclave of houses. Parking standards would meet our requirements. That includes the provision of visitor bays. In terms of the national standards, space standards, all dwellings meet the national space standards. And in terms of the private amenity areas for both the dwellings and the apartments, they are all in compliance with our own housing guidance. We also have an area of open space here, SUDS, pocket space, play space here, and then the buffer to the ancient woodland. So the ancient woodland buffer would be a minimum of 15 metres. Now, Natural England and the Forestry Commission require, within their guidance, a minimum 15-metre buffer. That meets that requirement. You will also note from the committee papers that they have been consulted Natural England, and they raised no objection to the proposal, subject to securing the SAMS mitigation, which is reflected in the Section 106. Moving on to the proposed house types. So there's a combination of 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 bed units within this development. So we've got the dark mews and masonettes, so the one bed and 3 bed masonettes and terraces. We've got the apartments and the 2 beds. So what this is showing, that there is a variety in detailing and appearance, which provides variation rather than them being all the same house type. And again, the 3 beds and the larger 4 and 5 bed units. So as you can see, there isn't a difference in terms of materiality, detail and architectural profiling. In terms of the Maidstone Road street scene, so this is essentially the view you'd get from Maidstone Road. Obviously existing landscaping features retained, additional landscaping proposed within the site itself. This would be the site access into the development. Again, as I mentioned, all other existing landscape features surrounding the site would be retained as a result of the proposal. And just touching on the public right-of-way improvements, so given the condition of the existing public right-of-way as it passes through the ancient woodland, there is a need for an upgrade to this, but that has to be sensitive. They're ecologically sensitive areas, so a solution has been found which involves a no-dig construction. It's a geocellular system that sits on top of the existing land level, which with a stone infill and then essentially a resin compound that's applied on top. It would be widened, well, I say it widened, it's already wide itself, but it would be 2 metres in width, the geocellular path. There would be a timber handrail system proposed with low-level recessed lighting, and what that rail system will also do is help to deter permissive access into the wider ancient woodland. You can't really see, but it's the improvement sort of runs through this section of the ancient woodland here, but there are also improvements proposed to the surfacing of the public right-of-way to a width of 2 metres as it passes out of the ancient woodland and along and adjoins Landsriff Grove. These are just some examples. Knights Park in Tunbridge Wells this used a similar solution, and that was along an 800-metre length route through an ancient woodland, and that was accepted, a scheme that was accepted, and that was a solution that was accepted. And again, it was a no-dig construction. So a similar proposal would be implemented here, albeit a much shorter length, approximately 35 to 40 metres. There's also improvements proposed along Maidstone Road itself, along the footway, so widening of the existing footway. As you would have seen from the previous photos, that there is existing pedestrian links through. So part of Maidstone Road would be widened to 2 metres. That's not possible along its full length because of Hove Way and associated barriers and infrastructure required to hold up the bridge. But where that's not possible, they're proposing street lighting underneath the bypass, which would provide a more attractive route for pedestrians, but would allow links through to the bus stop on Hove Way. Touching on the Section 106 agreements, so they're outlined in the report, the contributions. There are some additional contributions that have been sought, which I think it's worth highlighting. One of which is a contribution of £100,000 towards improvements to the pedestrian and cycle pathway along Hove Way, and that's the section from the roundabout at Hempstead Valley up to where it meets the roundabout with Gillingham Business Park and Courtney Road. So that would be put towards widening and improvements to the surfacing of that shared route. There's also a contribution towards travel vouchers, which would be issued to a ratio of £150 per dwelling, so I think that works at about £13,200 contribution towards travel vouchers, which would be issued to each dwelling, and that could be put towards public transport, cycle equipment, running equipment, walking equipment, etc. And there's also a contribution of £36,000 which would be secured for the maintenance of that public right-of-way. So I mentioned the improvements through the ancient woodland and connecting to Lambswift Road, but obviously we need to make sure that we can ensure that ongoing maintenance, and in collaboration with the public rights-of-way officer, we've agreed a figure which would secure that. Just moving on to some CGIs, so these just show the elevational treatments and the variation in property types, and again just some more CGIs showing the open space, how the properties interact with that open space. So just to conclude, as identified, this is a site that's outside the urban area. It's in an area of local landscape importance, so it is a valued landscape. However, Dave has reiterated our position in terms of our local plan, our 5-year housing land supply. Now, that doesn't mean that we should be approving everything, but what it means is we should be assessing each application on its own merits. And when you look at the wider character area, the Elm Court character area, one of its key characteristics is its open, unundulating landscape. Now, this clearly isn't a characteristic of this site. It's very well contained. Yes, there will be landscape harm, but it will be more localised. It will be more localised to those using the public right-of-way. However, that public right-of-way will still be available, and it will still provide connections to the south, to Chapel Hill Wood. So for that reason, it's considered that the benefits of the scheme, the social benefits of providing housing, affordable housing, the economic benefits, in this instance, would outweigh the harm, and for that reason, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the completion of the Section 106 and the conditions as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I now move over to Ward Councillor Lawrence. You have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for letting me speak today. Chair, I've got very few issues with the actual site itself. I think it's an underused piece of land. It's well shielded, and it's the least offensive of the developments that have been proposed and agreed around Hempstead and Wigmore. My issues arise, a couple of points which I hope might inform the committee's decision tonight. In terms of the actual site itself, I note the number of parking spaces allocated, but this site is nowhere near the urban core. There are going to be a lot more cars on the site than is suggested in the report. People will be using their cars to go to work, to access Hempstead Valley. The walkway's lovely, but in the middle of winter, when it's pouring with rain and it's pitch black, most people will be jumping in their cars. So I just wonder whether officers could consider expanding the number of parking spaces on the site. I'm also concerned that if I've got this right, there'll be no gas to this site. It'll be entirely an electric site with electric heat pumps provided for every property. Well, anyone who lives in an area where there's only electric-only heating knows it's extremely expensive, and there's a lot of negativity around electric heat pumps. Not only are they expensive, but they're expensive to run and they don't actually heat the property. So I'm wondering whether we're creating a problem for ourselves. I also wonder, in terms of actually maintaining the site and the public right of way, that there should be some form of service charge levied on the residents moving into that site, so that that cost doesn't fall onto the council, and we're not, as ward councillors, chasing the council to maintain trees and pathways in the fullness of time. I wonder if that's within the council's give. The other issue is on Section 106 money. There's quite a lot of Section 106 money here. The amounts allocated to primary school education, I wonder if we could be more specific and make sure that that money's spent at Hempstead School and probably Fairview Community School. Bredhurst School, which is not in our authority, but will also bear impact from this site. And I wonder if anyone's had any conversations with Maidstone District Council about Bredhurst School and what we could do with that allocation of money. The objections are right. There is limited GP practices in the area. There isn't a GP practice, would you believe, in Hempstead. We're having to go much further afield, and I'm wondering, whilst there is money being put aside, there are no doctors. So we can build all the buildings we want and expand buildings, but without the doctors, residents won't actually be being seen by doctors. My other suggestion on the Section 106 money, I've yet to see anyone marching down Hoth Way from Hempstead Valley down to Gillingham Business Park. I've lived in that area for 18 years, and you could probably count the number of pedestrians on one hand, and certainly I've seen no cycles. So can we take the 100,000 allocated for that and maybe put some cycle garages in Hempstead Valley to encourage people to cycle from their homes into Hempstead Valley? Also encourage young people who might be getting the bus from Hempstead Valley as a bus depot to actually cycle but be able to leave their bikes there safely. My biggest concern is the traffic. This traffic's going to go in two directions. It's going to head towards Bredhurst and the very narrow lanes going towards Lidsing and then to Maidstone or back into Hempstead, or it's going into Wigmore Road, turns left and tries to access onto Hoth Way. That's already heavily congested, and I'm wondering what officers are thinking about road improvements on that side of Hoth Way. The Gibraltar Farm development, and by the way, this site cannot just be seen as a site in isolation. It is heavily affected by Gibraltar Farm and by the Lidsing Village development. We do need there are already some improvements planned for Hoth Way, Sharsted Way junction, but we desperately need something on the other side. Traffic queues along Wigmore Road in the morning, turns left into Hoth Way. That junction is a bit of a nightmare. And I have one more point to make. During the I'm assuming the committee will approve, but during the construction phase, what is the plan for managing construction traffic onto the site? It can only go from the motorway into Wigmore Road, back under the underpass, or it's going to try and get up through Boxley and that way. I don't think that's particularly sustainable. So can we please put a management plan in place that actually has teeth and protects the residents who get very little mention in this report? It's a great report from officers. Dormice get a bigger mention than residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I now open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. I've been looking through the reports, and the one thing that worries me is that where that is, the development proposed is a very, very busy road, and regularly, especially in the rush hours, having lots of cars sitting queuing for their Hempstead Valley roundabout, pumping out fumes. And when you look at the air quality report, it mentions a monitor in Chatham and a monitor closer to Maidstone, but no actual air quality has been carried out near that site, and with the road sitting higher than the actual development, which is potentially as high as some of the trees, that a lot of that is going to be going in, and we're potentially going to be inviting people to live into these properties, and no effort has been made to actually do an air quality survey near to this development site, and just be very, very concerned, especially with very close proximity to the M2 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone want to come back on those points yet? Or?
In terms of air quality, so as part of the proposal, an air quality assessment was submitted, which was assessed by our environmental protection team, and the high-level conclusions from that were that providing that suitable mitigation measures are implemented, that the residual effects on air quality will be negligible. So what we've proposed as a condition is it would require the submission of an air quality emissions mitigation statement, and what that essentially will do is give full details of the measures that will be implemented as part of the development with regards to road transport emissions.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry, did you want to come back on that, Councillor Joy?
I can understand what the comments are, but as I said, is that that's a very busy junction, and when you actually go through the whole of the air quality report, it mentions the 2 monitoring stations we've got in the whole of Medway. Neither of them are actually near that junction. And I think, yes, putting in some thing, but at the moment, we don't know how much pollutant fumes are coming around that development area.
Councillor Golvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased that Councillor Lawrence, as a local member, is generally for the development. I think it would be, given our present circumstance, it would be very difficult to find a reason for turning this down. But I do hope you take his comments into account, particularly when it comes to parking. Looking at the CGIs of the development, they're very substantial houses, and there will be a lot of grown-up families eventually, if not moving in, but eventually that type of accommodation. And if there's not adequate parking, the whole thing could be completely. I've only got a very minor niggle, and colleagues will probably find this a very strange thing to say, but I'm rather disappointed with the house types. They're beautiful houses, but they're an exact copy of the 1930s style. We've got beautiful examples of these in City Way, Letchworth Avenue, and Park Crescent. It's a shame that have architects sort of run out of ideas these days. I mean, is there nothing we could, are going to be leaving behind from our time to say, well, that was good quality, and to be proud of it? There's nothing wrong with the 1930s. In fact, the 1930s classic semi is probably one of the best house types ever built in the whole country. But what is our generation going to leave for future generations to look at? Not very much that's of good quality, I'm sorry to say. And here we had I think a good opportunity. We're talking about a major developer here, but they've obviously run out of ideas, and that's a shame. But that's, in this greater scheme of things, that's a minor niggle. I mean, yes, the house types are pleasing to the eye, and those designs of classic design of homes, I'm sure will be, very, very good homes to live in. So that a very minor niggle, but I think we should fully support this, but take the ward members' views into consideration, please.
Thank you, Councillor Golvin. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is an interesting one. The development will be quite well obscured because of all the trees around the development, so I don't think there'll be much of an impact. But then, on the other hand, it is quite isolated from everywhere else it's sort of islanded. As well as the road, the only other access is the GB40 footpath for walking and walking and cycling. And then that connects new residents to the Hempstead side. And then with the Wigmore side, the only other access to that is along the Maidstone Road. So I agree with the ward member that I think the money, the £100,000 towards Hove Way should really be spent on Maidstone Road and this GB40 footpath in order to better the connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, and sort of make sure that these new communities are connected to existing communities. I think that's important, community cohesion, etc., and they're not so isolated. But also there's a £13,000 towards travel vouchers. That could probably be put on top of this £100,000 as well. I think it'd be better spent on physical improvements to encourage people to use walking and cycling up the GB40 and along Maidstone Road. So if we can change the section 106s to reflect that and also reflect what the ward councillor has said, I think this is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbourne.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support Councillor Pearce and Councillor Lawrence that the £100,000 to improve the path and the cycleway down from Hempstead Valley Roundabout down to the Gillingham Business Park just doesn't seem relevant to this application, and could be better spent on improving the roads in and off Hove Way, particularly from, I think Councillor Pearce means Wigmore Road, because that is such a bottleneck every morning and every evening, just because on the Hempstead Valley Roundabout to Hove Way, I've always wondered whether there should be traffic lights or something like that, because when it's commuter time particularly, cars are going up and down Hove Way all the time. Of course, they get priority on the roundabout, so people can't get on from these side roads. So I just think the money could be spent in finding a much better way to ease the traffic there. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned is opposite the entrance at the moment, of course, is the former commuter car park, which is now occupied by travellers, which have been on the site for 15 months when they were only supposed to be for 3. And I think any developer would want that cleared before they'd even consider going ahead with the development. And while that's still waiting for the High Court to make a decision, it's very difficult to say, well, let's go ahead. Although I approve the general concept of the development, and I agree with Councillor Gulvin that the designs are a little bit old-fashioned, but I know lots of people like old-fashioned, but they don't really suit the rest of Hempstead. They would stand out a little bit, but because it's a separate development with a separate access, it wouldn't be seen as part of Hempstead for a lot of people. They'd even think it was part of Bredhurst. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Chair. I agreed with Councillor Galvin early this evening, but I can't agree with your distaste for there being more 1930s style housing. As a fan of most things retro, don't know if people realise this, I'm a retro fan, which includes 1930s houses. I'm very pleased to see the development. I think this is going to be a very positive, it's very attractive, and I certainly want to support it. However, there was something that Councillor Lawrence referred to, and I didn't quite catch what he said, and that was in reference, and obviously I can't stand in the chin wag with Councillor Lawrence, so through you, Chair and officers, Councillor Lawrence mentioned something about an area potentially unsafe due to lack of lighting, I think he said, but I'm not sure where he's referring to. As we're talking, I've gone through the report again to see anything that references something like that, and I can't see that. So could you identify, please, to where and what can be done about that, please?
Do you mean, so in terms of lighting, do you mean, so we're talking about Hove, so Maidstone Road, so as you come out the site, you turn left onto Maidstone Road, heading towards Wigmore Road, you've got the Hove Way flyover, so they're proposing lighting underneath essentially the flyover to provide obviously a safer route for pedestrians, because at the moment obviously there is no street lighting along that section of Maidstone Road. The street lighting starts at the point it hits essentially Wigmore Road, So there would be new street lighting or a street light introduced underneath the bypass. Yeah.
Councillor Hammond-Dishay.
Thank you. Just one comment. My colleague asked the same question I was going to ask, really. It was to do with the noise levels. I do find it very positive that we're moving for heat pumps, but I do know from experience that they can be rather noisy. So I just wanted some more information in relation to what sort of heat pumps are we going for. I understand the noise level to be attenuated to 10 decibels. That's kind of high if it's a constant noise in the background anyway. As somebody that works in hospitals, I can tell you about noise levels, even quiet ones, over a period of time can be niggling. So is there any more detail related to the heat pump noise assessment in terms of the actual model that it was measured against, so that we can measure that against what's actually going to be delivered?
Chairman, thank you. I think there's a couple of points I wanted to come back on. Firstly, on that point from Councillor Hammond-Dishay. Two aspects on that. What the applicants are doing here is anticipating the building regulations as they will come into effect in the future, where there'll be no gas in any dwelling. So they're trying to get in advance of the building regulations, which is right in terms of sustainability. And in relation to heat pumps, I certainly have been taken by developers to sites where they have used air source heat pumps, and I've had them turn them on to listen to see what noise is being generated by them, and I'm satisfied that they won't result in unacceptable noise to the prospective occupiers of them. The standards are improving all the time. The second point is in relation to the Section 106. Two aspects on that. In terms of the 100k for the Hothway improvements, if members would like us to look and see whether that could be used alternatively in relation to the points that Councillor Gilbourne and Councillor Lawrence mentioned in terms of the roundabout, we can look at that as part and see if that's a possibility. The other aspect, as usual, is that we will, in terms of the Section 106, be liaising with the ward councillors on the Section 106 spend, as we would normally do. Thank you, Chair.
Is every member happy that it's looked into with regards to the... Yeah? Okay, thank you. Was there any other member? No? Okay, I'll now move over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'll move these recommendations, and then I was going to suggest a very short comfort break, absolute maximum 5 minutes, members to be back in their seats, if that's agreeable with you, Chair. So land at Blowers Wood, Maidstone Road, Hempstead, approval subject to A, Section 106, items 1 to 14 as listed, with further consideration to be given by officers to item 8, the £100,000 for upgrading of existing shared cycle pedestrian footpath, and whether that could be spent in an alternative way, and B, impose conditions as set out in the report 1 to 33. Thank you. I so move, Chair.
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for?
That's 14, Chair.
Thank you. The application is approved. We're now going to take a short 5-minute break. Thank you. We're now going to commence tonight's planning committee. The next item is agenda item 9. Land sale for Buckland Road. Hannah Gunn, our principal planner, is going to present this item. So over to you, Hannah.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Just to start, I would like to draw members' attention to the supplementary in relation to this application, which does include a briefing note submission from Medway, similar to that of Nick's application at Blowers Wood. So this application, as you will see from the SUP, is for 44 dwellings and not 45, 25% of which to be affordable, and this application includes access, public open space, landscaping and associated works with a mix of 1 to 5 bedroom units. This site area puts the application site in its wider context with, if I can, here we go. So the access road here off Town Road in Cliffe actually goes through the existing approved Red Road development site, and the development site itself sits here backing onto Buckland Road. So the access point is through the Town Road development. Just to put the application site in some context, so what we have here is the existing Red Road scheme that's currently being built out at Town Road. Whilst the original outline planning permission for this was for 225 units, the Reserve Matters application actually secured 184 units. So in part, the application sits within the left-hand side or the western side of this parcel, the right-hand side being open space, attenuation ponds and allotments. But the addition of these 44 units on top of the approved 184 units actually takes the total up to 228, which is only 3 units above what the original permission was for this site here. And what we can see also from Town Road in Cliffe, you can see where this site sits in relation to the now complete Esquire development that is fully occupied. Hopefully that's clear enough. Just to get a better idea of the site as well, this is just sort of a bit of an angle, but you can see Buckland Road runs across the rear of the site effectively here, and you can see where the site is currently sort of in 2 parts. This part here on the western side is the parcel to be developed, and the right-hand side is to remain as open space as part of this original Town Road approval, but there is a slight amendment to that, which we'll see going forward, hence it's included within the application. So some photographs just to orientate ourselves. So photographs 1 and 2 are both taken from the footpath that runs along the western edge of the Esquire development. So photograph 1 is taken from the sort of most southern dot on this map here. So you can see some of the homes on the periphery of the Esquire development here, and this is sort of looking over the open space area towards the area that will be designated for the housing development. And what you can see here is this line of trees. So this line of trees here actually runs alongside Buckland Road, so it's just helpful to orientate. This second picture as well, again, is taken from the footpath on the Esquire development here, but it's just sort of looking over so you can see the open space area more, and the housing development area would be here behind this row of trees. Photograph 3 and 4, both taken from Buckland Road, and photograph 3 is taken from this sort of top, more northern point of the site. So the development site is on the left-hand side here as you come around, and then photograph 4, you've got the tree line at the back of Buckland Road here with the development site in here, and if you can see just carefully, you can see the Esquire development just here that abuts the woodland adjacent. So these next 4 photographs have all been taken from the Buckland Road end of the site, effectively looking in towards the site at different angles. So this top left here, we are looking towards the Esquire development and the land that is designated for allotments, open space, SUDs, etc. And then we look at this right-hand side photograph at the top. You can see the tree line that runs along this western boundary here. So you can see the development site would sit here. And then these bottom 2 photographs are actually taken from what has been put in as the access point for the forthcoming allotments as part of the wider development. So again, you can see the Esquire development here, and you can see the open space with the housing development on the left-hand side of this. And this final photograph that I've got to show shows Buckland Road, the tree line of Buckland Road here, and going forward, what's just important to note, there is a landscape feature that has been included as part of this application, which includes a bund. So the bund will sit behind this tree line here. As we go forward, I'll point that out on the plans. But just really to sort of show you where that sits in relation to the landscaping from Buckland Road. Ooh. So this is a plan of the whole development, including the parcel of land that is open space. Really what I want to point out at this stage, so this is where the photographs were taken from. This is the access point onto Buckland Road, and then you can see that there's an allotment area here. This is the sort of suds area, and we've got a wider open space and footpaths around with the development site on the western parcel. The next slide does zoom in, so I'll show you in a bit more detail, but you can see the extent. There is a bund that is being proposed as part of the application here, which proposes to thicken and increase that landscaping detail between the rear of those gardens and Buckland Road itself. So as we go through it, I've just zoomed in so that we can see this in a bit more detail. So what we can see here, again, like I say, you can see that there's a bund that's put in place here between Buckland Road and the rear of these properties here. So I'll start at the entrance to the point. So as we come through from the town road scheme, the roadway comes in and round and goes back towards the end. So access to these properties is through the town road site only. And what we have is a collection of 1 to 5 bedroom homes with 1 and 2 bedroom homes here incorporating masonettes, terraces and semi-detached. And then we've got detached properties as well throughout the site. What I will point out here is, again, we have a footpath that runs down the western edge of the site here that comes out onto Buckland Road, linking through. Where we've got the housing development designed on the western side through courtyards, it actually allows for gaps in the fencing in these courtyard areas so that this footpath is sort of interlinkable with the development itself. We have the houses that are closest to the open space actually facing out towards the open space. So again, as an outward facing development, it removes boundary fencing, etc., along this eastern boundary. And just to point out as well here, this landscaping aspect through the development here, which does incorporate some play space and a pathway linking this western pathway up towards the allotments. So the alteration to the landscape does just show this bit here as well, which is an emergency access pathway into the site. Just to show you the changes in that eastern parcel. So this right-hand slide just shows this open space parcel as approved under the 2019 Reserved Matters application. 21, I think, Reserved Matters application. That's the outline. But what we can see here is the allotments at the top, and we can see that the open space and suds and landscaping scheme here, which is carried forward into this scheme with the suds open space and allotments. The only difference between the two is that we have an emergency access point here coming in through the allotment access, but this is not an access for residents, but it has been stipulated on the plans as an emergency access point only. Just to show some of the landscaping in a bit more detail, so this footpath sort of winds through across the site, linking the open space to the footpath on the western side. And again, what we can see here is the depth of the bunding that's been proposed on that Buckland Road elevation. And again, just to detail that bund that's been incorporated as part of the landscaping, we can see here there's the fence line here, which is the rear of the properties that face into the site. That's the rear fence. And then you can see that the bund that's proposed, you can see in terms of its height and the planting, the idea is that once established, the bund in itself and the tree planting and shrub planting within that bund will actually protect the longer views on Buckland Road and will eliminate the views of the fencing and substantially some of the housing as well to lessen that impact. Again, that's just showing the scope of the bund a bit clearer. Technically, I was meant to remove this one, but I didn't. Anyway, so we'll go into the street scene. So looking here, this top one here is from the footpath on the western edge of the site. So we can see the trees, the existing trees on Buckland Road, and we can see the bund in place there with the planting and trees, and then we can see the houses that face into the site, and then along with street scene B here. These are the houses that front onto the open space and the suds on the eastern side of the property, of the properties that were proposed. Street scene C shows the detached houses that are along this Buckland Road edge facing into the site, so we can see the nature of those. And then street scene D is the access coming in from the existing town road approved scheme into the development site. So the actual access point is on this side, and then the road would wind round in front of these houses and then cut through here, these houses, which you can see just about on this plan here. It comes through and winds around here. So these are the properties that would front into the development site. Skim through these because in terms of house types, we've got very similar house types, in fact the same house types as those that are already in existence for the approved scheme adjacent to this, which this is effectively a continuation of. And then we've got some images showing the examples. This is the Town Road Cliffe Woods site. So in terms of house types, style and design, this is a follow-on or continuation of that development effectively. So just to conclude, this proposal would only actually result in an additional 3 units from that of the original outline application. The extension to the existing scheme in terms of its character and design are considered to be acceptable, and the application is considered to provide sufficient landscaping, parking and open space for the reasons set out in the officer's report, including the amendments and additions and the recommended conditions set out, as well as the section 106. The officer's recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I now open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on the section 106, there's a contribution of £11,025 towards public realm and specifically toward improved civic space and gateways to Strood town centre. Personally, I think that should be spent on public realm in Cliffe Woods itself, and some may argue that the nearest town to those in Cliffe Woods is Strood, but residents there might go to Gravesend or further afield in another direction. So I think that should be spent on improving the civic space in Cliffe Woods itself. Also, another thing, a lot of the footpaths around Cliffe and Cliffe Woods are in dire need of refurbishment. I was in conversation with Councillor Howcroft Scott recently about this. So hopefully if we can get some money towards that, I think that would be good. There's also no section 106 contribution towards highways at all, unless that's covered by the adjacent site, which has got approval. And yeah, I accept what the officers are saying in terms of this is only an addition of 3 dwellings overall. So I get that, I understand that. So if we can do some changes to the section 106, I think this is acceptable. Thank you.
Any other member? Okay, Dave Harris, I'll come over to you.
Chair, thank you very much. Two aspects, or 3 aspects. Firstly, draw members' attention to the fact that this is within Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, and there is an adopted neighbourhood plan, which is referenced a lot through the report. And I just want to get members used to neighbourhood plans as well as local plans, because we've got the Arches, we've got Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, and we've got likely to come forward in the not too distant future Who and Chatham Dean. So you'll see lots of reference in here to the neighbourhood plan, and that's a significant material consideration in this. I'd welcome members' thoughts on Councillor Pearce's suggestion in relation to public realm. The other thing, in relation to the heritage contribution, the 14,393 towards Upner Castle, which has been requested by our heritage team. It's a bit of a late comment, but the parish council have asked whether that could go towards community facilities in Cliffe Woods. So I'll be guided by members on those two aspects.
Okay, any member? Oh, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, just to, if I could formally move what the Chief Plan Officer has suggested with regards to those Section 106 contributions. So the 14,393 towards community facilities, I think was said, and also, if I can include on that, 11,025 towards public realm within Cliffe Woods, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite catch the first bit of what you said, Councillor
Oh, sorry. The contribution of £14,393.25 towards community facilities within Cliffe Woods, as requested by the Parish Council. And then secondly, the contribution of £11,025 towards public realm within Cliffe Woods, so change it to within Cliffe Woods, please. Thank you.
So do any other member have any comments on this, or are you quite happy with that? Oh, is that seconded? No. Okay. Councillor Joy, are you seconding that? Yeah, thank you. Okay, members for this proposal. I think I'll do it. Yeah, I'll go for it. That's those 8. Against?
That's 1.
Okay, so that's fine then. That's approved. Do any other members?
That's just about approval. And then with the amended section 106, and then have that seconded.
So that was for the Right, does any other member want to speak or have any comments with regards to this application, or shall I move over to the Vice Chair? No. Okay, so over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Land south of Buckland Road, Cliffe Woods. The reference, I think, should be to the construction of 44 dwellings, not 45. Just having that confirmed by the Chief Planning Officer. And then the Section 106 contributions set out with an amendment accepted by the committee already for the use of the funds for additional travel towards Strood to be spent on the funds earmarked for that to be spent on Cliffe in the Cliffe Woods area, and then the B, the imposed conditions 1 to 4. I beg your pardon, I'll read that again. B, imposed conditions 1 to 24, with conditions 2, 3 and 13 as amended by the supplementary agenda. So that's A, the Section 106 contributions with the amendment, and B, the imposed conditions 1 to 24, conditions 2, 3 and 13, of which are amended by the supplementary agenda. I so move.
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for... Oh,
sorry.
Oh.
That's 13, Chair.
The application is approved. Now moving on to item 10 on the agenda, 20 Broom Hill Road. Tom Stubbs, Senior Planner, is going to present this application. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chairperson. This application seeks an outline planning permission with some reserved matters of appearance and landscaping for the demolition of existing buildings and construction of 26 flats set across 3 blocks with associated access, refuse storage and parking. Members may recall a previous application on the site for 8 properties. Just to note the differences between this application and the one proposed in front of you. This property here, number 20 Broom Hill Road, is now proposed to be demolished and included in the development site. The proposed site is in the urban area and is considered backland development of 18 Broom Hill. However, it is located in an old quarry, and you remember that the broad principle of infill development was established from the previous consents. We'll go through the site photos. This is the site access here on Broom Hill Road. And then when you're viewing into the site, just from the application time, and then I've taken one today just because it's been over a year since it was submitted. This is the street seen on Pepys Way. The quarry is just down this section here. You can see it's a mixture of green space and garages on that flank. And then looking kind of from the gap, this is looking down into the quarry from Pepys Way, and you can just see that when the time of submission and now. So this is the proposed site plan and development. Apologies. Okay, so the proposal looks to widen the existing access and make amendments to vision displays, etc. And then we'll have this spine road. There's parking. In this section here, we'll see a bit more clearer when I go to the first floor. This is where block flat A is, but it's got underground parking, so that will turn into flats in the next one when it's first floor. But then you've got the 3 blocks. You've got the larger block here where the quarry's deeper, and then where it's shallower, you've got these 2 smaller block units, which I'll show later. And then here's the first floor. So as I said, this is what the allocation of that, the living spaces on the first floor over that undercroft parking. Also, so the total number of parking is 36, and there's also this play space to be fair, and also space for landscaping, which will be, if application was approved, to be considered at reserve matter stage. From this plan as well, I should note that there's markings here of the caves, and this is a bat mitigation zone, which will come, details of that will come through the conditions and the reserve matters of how that would be there, but the idea to have minimum maintenance to lessen the impact and activity on those cave entrances. This is Block A. It's a part 5, part 4 story flat roof block of flats. You can see that these dotted lines show how the application originally came in. On this occasion, they were a story higher on each of the split unit levels. And these are the floor layouts. This one produces 14 flats, sorry. And on the roof, you see that on the lower section of it, there's an amenity, a garden area, and this darker green is space for a biodiversity green roof. Block 3 is a part 3 and 4 story development. Again, the dotted lines show how it was reduced during the life of the application. And this would provide 7 units. One would be affordable, and again, similar on the lower level, there's an amenity garden, and then on the upper bit, there's a space for a biodiversity green roof. And then Block C is a 3-story block, again, part reduced during the life of the application. And this provides 5 units, all affordable, and the roof in this situation is all biodiversity roof, as there's no split level on this one to provide the amenity. all of those flats do meet the national space standards internally and provide the sufficient balcony space. And then you've got on those other two, on blocks A and B, they've also got additional amenity space and also that play area I pointed out before. These are a mixture of the street scenes, as you can see, as you come up Broom Hill Road. This is the Block C and Block B, and this line here is where Block A would be. Dotted lines are a little bit tricky to see on here, but you can see where they've reduced. And these blue lines are the indication of like the two-storey in Pepys Way. The development now reduced all sits below or in line with the ridge heights on that street view. And then this is the section through the site. You can see Block C here, Block B, and then this goes through Block A. And then you can see the heights in relation to the Broom Hill Road properties here, and the blue line again is kind of indicative of where those other properties would be behind. And then this is another section through the quarry, through another 8. You can see the Broom Hill properties here, how the flats are underneath those ridge heights on both Pepys Way and Broom Hill. And then this is the Pepys Way street scene, similar as it comes up. This is the Block C, Block B, and Block A. So the layout is considered acceptable with the blocks and the park, and there is enough space in the parking to allow landscaping to be secured under the reserve matters. Trees that are lost need to be replaced using the right tree, right place method, but there is considered to be suitable spaces. Public consultations raised concerns about the amenity of overlooking, and you see from those sections, the properties would equate, as you come here, it's similar to having the tops of these would be similar to a distance of the further up the road where we've got two properties here, so just mutual overlooking. Here, where they've got the private amenity space, you've got the higher bit of the block here, so that will stop overlooking these rear gardens. Windows here are obscure glazed, and on the balcony here to stop that overlooking. So there's not considered to be any issue there. CMP is considered needed to protect amenity of occupiers during construction, just to minimise that impact during the construction phase. Concerns have been raised in the consultation period about the proposal not providing sufficient parking, and that would result in overflow parking onto the streets here, which is considered to be a high premium by the objectors. The scheme does fall for visitor spaces short. However, in balance, it's considered acceptable to secure conditions you see to secure parking management plans. This is the landscape and master plan, and it just demonstrates that this was submitted, prior to the statutory biodiversity net gain requirement. However, there are conditions to secure integrated ecological enhancements to assist with biodiversity. You see that Southern Water have made comment about the concerns of potential impact and infiltration from any SUDS scheme. The EA have also responded that they're happy that a suitable SUDS scheme can be achieved. However, we've included a condition that no infiltration can be through SUDS can be achieved unless in the approved, unless assessed under the approved. Under any future submission of SUDS. With regards to Section 106, all the applicants agreed to all the Section 106 contributions, including affordable housing, and consequently, officers are recommending this application for approval, subject to conditions in Section 106.
Thank you, Tom. I will now move over to Ward Member Councillor Hubbard, who has 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My thanks to the the officers' excellent presentation. However, I'm disappointed that this application has been recommended for approval. I urge committee members to refuse this planning application. The approved permission for 8 houses on this site is an ideal development. The proposed housing of 21 flats in 3 blocks is out of keeping when compared to the housing type located in Broom Hill Road and Pepes Way, which in the main is semi-detached and detached houses. This proposal is an overdevelopment of the site. Access to the site, ingress and egress, is poor, and the existing road network is not designed to cope with additional traffic generated by this development if built. If there was a beauty contest for the number of representations received from residents, then this application with its 89 letters would easily outstrip the 2 earlier All Saints Ward applications. Fenn Bell only had 65, while Edinburgh Road Grain had a mere 41 letters. There's clearly a strong local view opposing this application. There's been under consideration since March 23. Back then, now Councillor Field was just a local resident. Noting that David is not here tonight, on page 175, his comments as a resident can be found. He said, provision of poor visual amenity and housing provision for the location, concerns about transport assessment, concerns about overflowing parking into Broom Hill Road and Pepes Way, concerns about the poor amenity and landscaping provided, which would result in antisocial behaviour. The originally consented development would be better suited for this site. The general views of residents can be found on the preceding page, 174. They are: flats are out of character with the area, overdevelopment of the site more suited to the approved housing scheme for 8 houses, impact on neighbours, including overlooking sunlight, daylight, noise and disturbance, concerns with junction safety, traffic generation, lack of parking, air quality issues from increased traffic, impact on the wildlife, including bats within those caves in the quarry wall, stability of the quarry pit faces. I know the site very well. However, it is hidden. Many years ago, the then planning committee visited the site prior to determining the application that is now 64A Broom Hill Road. That site visit was a very useful one. It set context. I suggest the committee hold a site visit, deferring any decision on this application to a later date.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. I now open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I remember last year when this was approved, and it was only last year, and there's been applications for the houses. I'm a bit surprised by this, where suddenly we've now got blocks of flats being proposed and put forward. I do think this is certainly an overdevelopment of the site. It is completely out of character. For anyone that's walked around the area, we'll see it's mainly semi-detached houses and detached houses of 2 stories. I appreciate the officers have spoken to the applicant and got them to reduce the scale, but I think it is an overdevelopment of this site. There's also concerns around the bats as well, about ecology and about how the lighting from these blocks, and possibly even the noise as well, from a lot of people living in this small area, how that will actually impact on the bats, etc. I think that 8 houses is more of an acceptable proposal for this, which is already approved. The ward member has mentioned a site visit. I do support site visits, so I would like to come back at the end, Chairperson, and propose a site visit, but I would prefer that we have a debate first, so I won't formally move that yet, but I would like to come back and formally move that at the end of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I don't think a site visit is needed, but obviously if you want to vote on that, we can do that at the end. But I think we've got enough information in front of us to make a decision tonight. But you brought up the 2 points, actually, that I was thinking that I do also feel that it's overdevelopment of the area, not in keeping. And I do also have a concern with the bats. On page 176, it says that a condition's going to be put in place with regards to this, but I'm not quite sure how you can stop light coming out of people's actual homes and balconies. So I'm not sure how the bats would actually be addressed. Does any other member have any other comments? Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, as a ward member in Strood, North and Finsbury, I would oppose this application for the reasons already set out by Councillor Hubbard, and the effect on local wildlife with the nearby Broom Hill Park as well. So I'd like to oppose it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Having read through the report, comments by the Environment Agency requesting potentially piling in to control the design and type of piling undertaken to prevent risk of contaminants. Has that actually been considered into the effects it may have also on the properties on Pepys Way? Because a lot of them properties, when you actually look at some of the maps and the drawings, they look very, very close to the perimeter of this site, and we've got to really need to know how that's going to impact that, because if they're doing any piling into, which they will need to do with properties of that size, and they're, from my knowledge of that area, that's chalk cliffs, and chalk's not very stable when things are going on around it. So I'd be very, very concerned. And also with regards to the southern waters, regard to the water coming off from rainwater onto the site, with also having all that development, you're going to take a lot of the area where it would have potentially seeped over a period of time, and you potentially can have issues with the flooding. So I'd be very concerned on that for the area and any residents potentially moving into these properties. Thank you.
Did anyone want to come back on the points raised so far?
Yeah, regarding the bats impact, obviously this is outline permission, and appearance is one of the considerations later. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back to here. So this is elevation here, is the one that faces the caves. They've got obscure windows here, and the lighting assessment that was submitted to be considered for the impact of bats did show that the lighting spill wouldn't have an impact, but we can, the layouts are such that we could probably get these removed to assist reducing the lighting, and then balconies, appearance of the balconies to prevent light going towards those, towards the caves. So there's scope there on this block to, under the appearance, to minimise the, limit the light spill further, even though what's provided in this indicative elevation was considered acceptable.
Thank you. Yeah, it still doesn't fit comfortably with me though, because of the balconies that are there, and that is going to cause light impact onto it. And then, as I said earlier, I do think it is overdevelopment of the area. Councillor Peake, did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, we need to get on and build homes. We need a sense of pace to get it done, but we have a responsibility about suitability, and I'm concerned, like you, Chair, about overdevelopment. And also, I mean, this has happened before. I presume this is just the way things happen. I'm referring to point 9, page 166. No development shall take place until a construction environmental management plan, CEMP, that describes measures to control, blah, 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 including noise, dust, lighting, the effect on wildlife and habitats. I personally would have been a lot more comfortable looking at approving something like this after I've seen that information rather than before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member? Okay, now we've... Oh, yeah, Councillor Galvin.
I do understand where local members are coming from. This is quite a densely, tightly packed in development. But what worries me is, do we have strong enough grounds to turn this down that would stand up in an appeal situation? And, you know, I'm very loath to vote for something that could end up costing this authority a lot of money if it all went the wrong way. So yeah, I think if we're going to turn it down, we need to make sure that we feel comfortable with those grounds that have been put forward to turn it down, and are they sustainable at an inquiry.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Appreciate those comments. Dave, did you want to come in now, or Tom, Peter? Third time lucky.
Exactly, Chair. Thank you very much. Just on a few of the points that have been raised, I think as Mr Stubbs sort of alluded to in terms of the bats, I think there is clear sort of requirement to ensure that there is no disturbance from those. There is the requirement for the reserve matters to come through in terms of that appearance. We could secure essentially a sort of no window elevation on that. I think in terms of the elevation that Mr Stubbs showed earlier, it's minimal windows at the moment, so I think that could be accommodated. I think I would just say to members that we obviously have consulted KCC Ecological Services, who we pay for their expert views, and whilst they raise the bats as an issue, they don't object on the grounds of the impact on bats. So I would have some concerns if members were looking to refuse on the impact on bats without sort of backing from the ecological experts in that regard. That would be my concern in relation to that. I think there's sort of a few other things that have been talked about. There was brief discussion about the piling method, and sort of concerned about essentially the site stability in the surrounding properties. And I think that condition 13 in terms of foundation design is proposed in order to ensure that those foundation designs are appropriate for the site, given its context, given the obviously the rock makeup, and indeed the surrounding properties and their position in relation to the site. I think surface water drainage has been discussed a couple of times, and again there's not only conditions relating to the final development in that regard, but also a condition 11 would deal with the surface water management during the construction phase, because obviously, as members appreciate, during construction, that's often when surface water is at its sort of greatest in terms of issues in relation to neighbours or going out onto the public highway. And I think that that condition 11 will ensure that construction phase element is dealt with in relation to the surface water. In terms of I think the critical point that a number of members have raised in terms of the overdevelopment of the site, it's a flatted scheme. I think when you look at a flatted scheme in relation to the pure dwellings per hectare numbers, flatted schemes are always high in that regard. Tonight, members have had consideration of a number of edge of village, edge of urban area, greenfield sites, which with that comes a relatively substantial land take. This proposes a different way of looking to meet the council's housing need within an established urban area, and in that regard is looking at a higher density. I think if we are looking at, if members do have concerns, I think whilst I've heard the comments that they've made in terms of the overdevelopment, I think as one of the councillors to my left, apologies, I can't remember who raised it, but certainly said that there is not really any planning harm that's been identified from the numbers that are proposed. And I'll leave it there and let members carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other member? No, okay, then I will now move over to Councillor Jones, Oh, yeah, Councillor Pearce, did you want to come back with that site visit?
No, Scav, I've taken your advice and obviously listened to other members' contributions.
That's great, thank you. Cheers. Now moving over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Yes, Chair, I move approval of this application for the report set out. Section 106 agreement, I think I counted 1 to 13 bullet points there, but in any case the funding is set out in the section 106 in paragraph A, and paragraph B, impose conditions 1 to 28. Recommend approval with those conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those for... Oh, is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you. Those for?
That's 5, Chair.
Those against?
That's 7, Chair.
Right, the application is therefore refused. So now we need reasons for refusing the application. I think, as Councillor Pearce said, and I thought myself, overdevelopment of the area not in keeping with the surrounding area. Is there any other reasons that anyone has that they want to refuse the application? No? Is that okay? Peter, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the reason, picking up on what you've just said, and I think maybe members, there could be a bit of a discussion on this point, but I think in terms of the overdevelopment, it's the overdevelopment of the site in terms of the type and quantum of development, essentially, that it's large-scale flatted developments, I think is what you were sort of alluding to there. Is not in keeping with the prevailing pattern and grain of development of the surrounding area and would therefore harm the character and appearance of the site and its surroundings. Along those lines. Maybe, as I say, there were a number of members, so maybe if we could have sort of a brief discussion on
that. Members, did anyone have any comments on what Peter Hockney just said then? Yep, Councillor Pearce.
Also, just to add, if it can put in planning speak, but this is going from 8 dwellings to 26 dwellings in that small space. So there's a lot more people that have got to negotiate that junction, etc. As well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Pearce. So what we'll do is, if we agree the wording through myself and Spokes, once it's all been written up. Is everyone happy with that? Sorry, Councillor Peake.
Well, I just want to say the reason why I abstained, I wanted to vote against it, but I couldn't think off the top of my head a solid case to put forward, as Councillor Galvin said. So good luck, Peter. To me, that actually, it's not a criticism. It is what it is. To me, it sounded weak. I can't imagine that we'll win against appeal, but good luck. And if there's any way of beefing it up at all in any way, I don't know.
Okay, so I now move that we refuse the application on grounds of overdevelopment, not in keeping with the area along those lines. Is that seconded?
I'm happy to second that, Chair, with the proviso that the detail of the overdevelopment, etc., is discussed between the Chair, Vice Chair and spokespersons with the Chief Planning Officer. With that, I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. So, we now go to the... all those for? Is this for the refusal? I've confused myself, yeah.
That's 9, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The application is therefore refused. Right, we're now going to move on to the next planning application, agenda item 11, which is 14 Brompton Farm Road. Peter Hockney is going to present this. So over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I've just lost my notes. So this application site is 14 Brompton Farm Road. You can see the site and access in this sort of hammer sort of shape here. The dwelling is at the back there. It's located within the urban boundary of Strood, and as I say, currently occupied by a single dwelling. Beyond the boundary to the rear is the area of local landscape importance and the green belt, but the site falls outside of those designations and wholly within the urban boundary. The proposal is in outline form. It's got stuck. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Just in terms of some photographs of the site, there's some photographs that show the existing dwelling and its current garden, with photograph 1 showing the existing access to the site along a sort of driveway track. The proposal is in outline form and is for the demolition of that dwelling and the erection of 6 detached dwellings. Currently, appearance and landscaping are reserved for future consideration. The access is proposed to be, it's probably best to show it on the this red line drawing, is between numbers 12 and 16 Brompton Farm Road, and you can see here includes part of number 16 and their garage to enable the widening of that access road in order to adequately serve the 6 dwellings. So if I go back to the layout, essentially, yeah, four dwellings to the rear and then 2 either side of the access point there. They're rather substantial 2-storey dwellings of varying designs to incorporate a bit of a mix and variety within the plots. The street scene towards the rear shows the properties that would face the access point. And if I just go back to the aerial photograph, you can see in terms of the pattern of development along here, there is an existing close here, which is a couple of doors down from the access point. This was a collection of 9 dwellings which were constructed on the rear gardens of properties along here, and that was permitted in 1994 and as you can see from the aerial, has subsequently been built out and occupied. So in terms of the character of backland development, it's not a completely alien solution around here. You have got that close there, and there are a couple of other sort of sporadic backland sites in this location as well. So whilst it's backland, we consider that it is appropriate in the site context, and in terms of 6 dwellings, it's quite a sort of low density development, and I would suggest it's probably dictated to by the width of the access road. And we are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open the floor to members. Any member? No? Okay, I now move over to the Vice Chair, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. 14 Brompton Farm Road, move approval with conditions as set out in the report.
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for?
That's 13, Chair.
The application is therefore approved. Moving on to item 12 on the agenda, 257 High Street, Rochester. Dave Harris, Chief Planning Officer, is going to present this item. So over to you, Dave.
Chair, thank you very much. Appropriate that this application is coming to committee tonight. We had representatives from DLUC down today, along with Heritage England, specifically looking at the Chatham intra area, looking to see the improvements that have taken place since we had the members have adopted the framework, and we had that funding there. And it's an exciting area. There's a lot of improvements that have taken place in the last few years. So it's within Chatham Intra, it's within the conservation area, and it relates to this end of terrace property here. And the proposal is to change the use of it from a single dwelling house, a large dwelling house, into a 7-bedroom HMO. Members, you should be aware that it could be converted to a 6-bed HMO without requiring planning permission. In terms of the area, there are other HMOs in the area, and further up here we start to get to see the old North Foreland Public House, Limehouse Tie, and other mixed uses in this area. It is predominantly residential down here, but then you've got the old station and the Rochester Independent College are just completing the development there, which looks really good. This is a site here. Now, City of Rochester Society originally objected, and for valid reasons. They didn't think the plans were accurate, and they also had some concerns, wanting to see some improvement, some enhancement of the conservation area. My case officer took forward those points. We've now got accurate plans, and as you'll see in a minute, we've got some improvements to the appearance of the property. So this is the property here, and you can see it's looking tired. It needs some work done to the windows and doors. It needs some work done to bring it in more into character with the conservation area. And yes, we could achieve some of that through my derelict buildings officer, could get some improvements to it. But what my case officer on this has managed to achieve is to have these windows replaced, the UPVC door replaced, the window down here, which is UPVC replaced, and get some railings included within the proposal, and some changes to the steps, really to enhance the property and to bring it into character with the conservation area. So this is the existing and proposed elevations. So this is what I'm saying in terms of these windows being changed, the door being changed, window down here being changed, and the other door being changed to be timber, and to really reflect and respect that character of the area. The conservatory to the back It's not visible from within the conservation area, and then you've got more modern buildings at the back as well. So we're not so worried about the appearance of that. It was getting these enhancements to the front. And then you can see they're also proposing some improvements to the steps and some railings going along the front here, which will greatly enhance, as I said, the conservation area. So you can see the difference between the front elevations there. Some sections showing out the railings, and then the existing floor plans, where you've got on the ground floor, living area and bedroom, going up above, living area and kitchen, and then bedroom, bathroom, and bedrooms above. So it's a large property spread over several floors. But then in relation to the proposed plans, with this living area being provided to the rear here, so the lower ground floor will have a bedroom with a shower room in here, and then this kitchen area and living area proposed in there. Then going up above it, on the ground floor, we will have a bedroom here with an ensuite, another bedroom there. That bedroom will utilise also the shower room below, or they could go upstairs and utilise the shower room above. So first floor are 2 bedrooms with the benefit of that, and then going up to the upper floor, again 2 further bedrooms, utilising a bathroom just in there. So members, we think that, as I said, it can be converted to a 6-bed HMO without requiring planning permission. We believe that this conversion to a 7-bed HMO has been done sensitively. It will provide some accommodation, but most importantly, will bring some significant improvements to the building. And although it's not set out on the supplementary, members, I would like to change condition 3 to make sure that those improvements are delivered prior to occupation, because I think that's absolutely essential. So, Pete, if you don't mind making a note of that change to that condition. And subject to that, members recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Golvin.
Whilst when I first read this, I was a bit concerned. You know, it's only a very small building, and having 7 seemed to be excessive. But looking at the pictures of the house, now the tree at the front has been removed. It's not always a good thing to remove trees from our urban area, but I think in this case it must have been doing some damage because it virtually got out of control. I mean, Chatham Intra, I think, is a fantastic opportunity for us to upgrade the existing buildings and sensitively add infill of new buildings, but without losing the character. And I think, you know, to have this building put back into good order with decent fenestations and the iron railings restored to the front is a positive step. Yeah, and I think that's worth the sort of risk of is 7 people in the building a bit too much. I don't know, but I presume it's going to be student accommodation or something like that. I don't know, but so I think this is overall a really positive step because that area needs a lot of TLC. It's work in progress, and this is just another step to making Chatham Interest something really special.
Thank you, Councillor Golvin. Councillor Gilbourne.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in favour of this, but I just wanted to know about the back garden area. From the aerial photography, I can't tell whether there's trees in the back garden as well, and whether there's that separate access to the back, or is it always just through the front door, or at the side? Is there some at the side as well?
Good question, Councillor Gilbourne, and I don't know the answer because I haven't gone into it. The case officer went into this area, and you can see the fence to it at the back here and the tree. Just trying to see if there is that access from the back. I'm not sure. There is a tree, as you can see, at the back, and there is a condition that we're recommending to ensure that tree is protected during construction and afterwards. but I honestly don't know whether there is access from that rear area there. Apologies.
Any other member? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, so I've got two concerns. One is it seems very cramped accommodation with very limited shared living space, and second is around fire safety. It's a 4-storey building. What are the precautions that are being put in place to ensure a safe exit of the building?
Chair, really good questions. Two aspects to that. In terms of the space standards, this exceeds our space standards. It's a good standard of accommodation for an HMO in terms of the size of the rooms. So we're pleased with that. In relation to fire safety, that would be covered under the building regulations, but also under the HMO licensing side. And Councillor Gilbourne, looking at the site plan that we've got here on at page 202, you can't get to the site from that rear area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, on the plus side, I think this is good because it will obviously improve the outside of the property and add to the overall street scene of the area and the conservation area. So I think it's great with the railings and the details proposed. My initial thoughts on this was parking, but I think those that are going to be moving into this property will be aware of that from the obviousness that there's nowhere to park. You're going to this is a property for someone that's going to commute, get a bus or cycle, etc. So I think overall it's a good proposal and it will have wider benefits, not just for those that are living there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any other member? No, I'll now move over to Vice Chair Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. The planning application 257 High Street, Rochester, recommendation with approval with conditions 1 to 6, and I think the Chief Planning Officer advised that condition 3 to be implemented prior to the occupation of the properties. I so move, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Those for?
That's 13, Chair.
Thank you. The application is approved. Thank you, officers and members. That is now the end of tonight's Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you.